until the girl who said please be my friend forever is no longer my friend. Volume 1 by Iwatsuka Azuka. Translated by Sleepy Poppet. I can't read Japanese TL. Audiobook by Masquerade. Prologue. The greatest treasure in life is a best friend. We share the same hobbies. We're always on the same page, and we can say whatever we want and do whatever we want. When something extraordinary happens, our happiness is doubled. When something sad happens, we can share it and make it half as bad. Sometimes we may get pushed around occasionally, but even that is enjoyable. In some extreme cases, if you have even one person in your life whom you can call your best friend, your life will generally be manageable. A best friend is someone who can make you feel that way. Then, what should you do if you have feelings for your best friend of the opposite sex? Suizaki Yuma and his best friend, Kamishiro Yui, were on their way to school together. Her white hair stands out from the rest. Her height is relatively short for a high school student. A few days ago, Yui would have adored Yuma like a puppy, but ever since a while ago, she has been looking in the opposite direction of Yuma and not him. But it wasn't because of an argument or anything of that sort. Yuma and Yui were holding hands together. Moreover, they were lovers. Yui seemed to be embarrassed by it, and even her ears were red. Yuma's heart was pounding, and he felt like it was going to burst. His face was hot. If you're embarrassed, do you want me to let go? When Yuma suggested that, Yui shook her head from side to side, as if to say, I don't want to be separated from you. Her small, soft hand clung to Yuma's hand tightly. He was aware that Yui liked him. However, Yuma still doesn't know what kind of love Yui harbors for him. Originally, Yui was the type of person who was unprotected or defenseless towards the opposite sex. Although she was introverted and withdrawn, she didn't mind performing skinship with those close to her. So, is the fact that I'm holding hands with Yui also a part of our skinship as friends? Or, is she aware of me as a member of the opposite sex? However, there's one thing that I can say, Yui is super cute and adorable. As he squeezed Yui's hand tightly, Yuma reminisced about the days since he met Yui till now. Chapter 1, Yuma and Schwarz. The two met during the summer break of their second year in junior high school. It was in the world's most popular online game called Grand Gate. Grand Gate is an MMORPG that prides itself on its freedom and gameplay, making you feel like you're truly adventuring in another world. In any case, the amount of unexpected occurrences is tremendous, and as long as you continue to explore, you will undoubtedly come across situations that will keep you playing indefinitely. At the time, Yuma was a solitary solo player, also known as a bocce. In reality, I'm a loner, but I had a feeling it might be different in games. However, he lacked the courage to ask a stranger to join him on an expedition, even if it was in the form of a game, so he ended up traveling alone. A huge creature attacked the trading ship that he was aboard one day. The enemy was a kraken, a boss monster that would typically require 5 or more high-level players to defeat. Yuma, the Grand Mage, and Schwarz, the Holy Knight clad in full-body heavy armor who happened to be on board, were the only two at the time who could take on this beast. As a matter of etiquette, I'll fight seriously, but I doubt I'll win. With that in mind, I headed to the battlefield. That was the first time that he felt that he was genuinely in sync with someone. At first, they fought in pieces, but as they fought, they realized, perfectly timed recovery, ideal damage control, a rush of big moves that make you want to scream with joy. There was no doubt that Schwarz was a skilled and powerful player. Yuma was also a top-ranked player, equipped with some of the best equipment in the environment at the time. While Schwarz was blocking the enemy's attacks, he was able to unleash a considerable amount of firepower. While doing so, each of them understood, I can trust this person to watch my back. They found themselves working together and overwhelming the Kraken with their outstanding combination. In the end, they used a special attack which included filling up the boat with small bombs, ready to detonate at any given moment. It was a suicide mission. Both of them jumped into the sea and fled right before the explosion. Just like in a movie, despite the fact that Yuma was in an apartment complex, he made some strange noises in the middle of the night, and his neighbors walloped him. That was how their expedition came to an end. There would be times when Yuma would join Schwarz on a quest on the spur of the moment. However, they slowly drifted apart after that, never really inviting one another on their adventures anymore. But this time, he was unlucky. No, he was lucky. Since they had the same destination, they decided to head there together. However, Yuma and Schwarz experienced a series of unusual occurrences along the road. The town they stayed in was attacked by a dragon. The carriage they used for transportation was assaulted by a bandit guild, and encountering an extremely rare creature, which they pursued. They faced it together, sometimes encouraging one another, sometimes yelling at each other. Somewhere along the line, they started talking about things other than gaming. When Yuma told Schwarz, "Do you know that Schwarz means black pig?" he screamed, "Liar!" Which made Yuma laugh out loud. He immediately bought a name-changing ticket and changed his name to Schwarz. Apparently, he named himself Schwarz just cause it sounded cool. "Are you in second grade?" Yuma teased. "I'm a junior high school student," Schwarz answered. They were shocked to learn that both of them were the same age, and they became thrilled and began discussing their favorite anime and mangas. Through such an encounter, Yuma thought to himself, "Oh my god, it's a lot of fun to hang out with your friends." The enjoyment was startling for Yuma, who had always been a loner in real life and games. He used to be strong and say things like, "I can have fun by myself," but now he wanted to have friends. Following that, Yuma mustered the confidence to get as involved with the people around him as possible, and he was able to establish a few close friends. So far, this has been the story of Yuma's second year of junior high school. It's been about a year and 8 months since the day Yuma and Schwarz met each other. They had just graduated from junior high school and were now on the first day of their 3-week spring vacation before officially starting high school. After proposing that they finish their quests before school officially begins, Schwarz and Yuma started playing Grand Gate every morning. "Schwarz, would you mind letting me know if you have any recommendations for recent manga or novels?" As soon as Yuma asked this in the chat, a reply immediately came from Schwarz. "Let me think. My current recommendation is Reincarnation of the Demon King, and I became a butler for a villainess." "Oh, I'm reading it as well. I wasn't that interested in the story about the villainess at first, but I chose to read it because I laughed so hard when the main character, Mao, blasted a beam out of her mouth. Mao is good, but Fia's cute, isn't she? I want to give her a big hug and stroke her." "You pedophile." "Common sense tells you that Sarah is the best." "Annoying. You chose Sarah due to the size of her boobs, am I right?" "Yuma, what the hell do you take me for? A man who is overly interested in women's breasts?" "Well, I can't deny it. I certainly like the bigger ones." It was always like this in the chats, with both grinning on the other end. They started chatting about things other than gaming while they were exploring together, and their other interests, such as anime and manga, were precisely on point. Their tastes were quite similar, and it has now become their daily routine to discuss all things otaku while they were hunting in auto battle. "Well, we played pretty late last night, so are you feeling alright?" "Yeah, it's okay. I've got the doctor's approval, so there's no problem. I'm the one who made you go along with me, so please be careful, okay? You've just been able to go to school, but if you get sick right from the start and have to take a day off, that would be terrible." "No, I'm fine. But thank you for worrying about me." As you get to know more about one another, you start discussing matters about your personal life. This year, Schwarz is 15 years old, the same age as Yuma, and will soon enter high school. It's just that he was born with a weak body and was unable to attend elementary and middle school. But recently, a revolutionary treatment has been developed, and his condition has improved to the point where he can typically attend school. "To be honest, I'm a little scared to go to school," he said. "Then, did you study at the hospital or in your home? Change of environment can be quite scary from what I've heard." "Yay. And to tell you a sad story, I was bullied in the past." As Yuma heard those words, he felt a heavy weight clinging to his chest. "As a child, I was bullied at school because I looked different." This communicative disorder, or feeling of social phobia, is not as extreme as it was then, but it still affects me today. Being different from the others. If he was weak, did his hair also look thin or missing too? Yuma wondered. Of course. I wouldn't look at Schwarz from a biased perspective. However, if you don't know Schwarz very well, it could happen much less in elementary school. Yuma frowned. It was still painful to think that his best friend was going through that. I wish I could help. Thanks. I'll just accept your feelings. If you have anything you need help with, talk to me. I'll do my best to help. Anything. Did you just say anything? Geez. You have a bad habit of making fun of people when they're talking seriously. Sorry. Speaking of which, what high school are you going to? It was a particular question with no specific agenda whatsoever. The answer, however, was unexpected. Let me see. Well, it's called Seika High School. Eh? Yuma's voice came out realistically. That was the school that I was attending, but I'm also attending Seika High School. Eh? Really? Are you serious? What part of town do you live in? As soon as Yuma confirmed this, he discovered that he and Schwarz lived in the same city. I can't believe this kind of coincidence is possible. The reason we started adventuring together was because of a series of miraculous events, and I feel like we're destined to be together. Huh? Am I doomed? Or am I just being seduced? Hey, don't make fun of me. I have no interest in hitting on men. The moment I sent this message, the flow of the chat, which had been moving along at a constant pace, suddenly stopped. Schwarz is amazingly fast at typing, always responding to my messages in just a few seconds. But this time, it took over a minute. Yuma tilted his head and decided to ask him what was going on. What's wrong? Oh, that's right. I haven't told you yet. What? There was another pause before his next reply. Sorry. It's nothing. I understand. If this was something that was difficult for Schwarz to talk about, there was no need to force it out. Yuma thought about this and decided to change the subject quickly. But if that's the case, I can help you out with a few things. Help? Yup. You may have a lot on your plate if you haven't been to school for a while. So you can count on me. Eh? No, you don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just between you and me. But there's a big difference between real life and the internet. I'm not a very talkative person, so hanging out with me could be pretty dull. If that's the case, wouldn't it be preferable if we got together? It isn't easy when you don't have at least one person with whom you can readily communicate. In other words, don't be shy at moments like this. Being shy is more lonely. Thanks. I'll go with you on your next extreme quest. You said you wanted to make a Thunder Emperor staff, right? Really? That's great. Even though they have never met in real life, Yuma considers Schwarz to be his best friend. It was when he thought that if his friend was worried, he should help him. Hey, Yuma. I have a favor to ask you. Can we meet once in real life before school starts? Okay, great. That was easy. I mustered up a lot of courage to say that. Well, it's just you and me, so there's no need to be shy now. It took him a while to reply after I said that. What's wrong? I'm a little scared. If Yuma's attitude abruptly changes when I meet him, I'm sure I'll get startled and start to break down. You should trust me a little more. I'm not going to say too much because it's embarrassing, but I think of you as my best friend. I'm not going to change my attitude over such a little thing, so don't worry. Thank you. I think of you as my best friend, too. It's pretty embarrassing for me to say something like this, but I don't mind. Schwarz continued. I don't want to sound like I'm taking advantage of you, but I need to practice speaking directly to people. My parents and doctor are the only ones I can talk to properly, but I thought I could talk to you normally. You want to overcome your communicative disorder, don't you? Of course I want to. I'm already in high school, and I know I can't go on like this. Besides, I want to have friends. His words left an impact on me. I used to believe that it was okay for me to stay a loner. But Yuma and I became friends, and we had a lot of fun playing together. When Yuma wasn't around, I was lonely. He was exactly the same as the previous me. Before I met Schwarz, I pretended to sleep alone during breaks, eat lunch alone on the rooftop, and stayed in my room, playing games and reading books in silence when I got home. I thought I was okay with all that, But after I met Schwarz, I realized how fun it was to have friends. So I worked hard to make real-life friends as well. Fortunately, I was surrounded by people, and as I worked hard, I acquired more acquaintances and friends. My tense family connections are now considerably improved, and I live joyfully every day. All of this occurred as a result of my meeting with Schwarz. Leave it to me. I typed that out with determination. I've got your back. I'll never leave you alone. I'm going to cure your communicative disorder and give you the best high school life possible. Wow, Yuma is saying something cool. It's embarrassing for me to say this, and I already told you to stop teasing me. At any rate, this was how Yuma decided to take care of his best friend, Schwarz. Section. Although the city is in a rural region, the area around the station is reasonably open, with plenty of places to play. Therefore, the clock tower has become a popular gathering spot for the residents of the area. Dolls emerge from the clock tower at precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon and begin playing music. As Yuma listened, he looked around. I don't see anyone coming. It was time for me to meet up with Schwarz, but there was no sign of him at all. He's always been the kind to arrive 5 minutes before our scheduled meeting time, so I expected him to be on time. Is he lost? Schwarz can be a bit of a natural airhead at times. He rarely goes out alone, and so it's entirely possible that he may have gotten lost. I should make a phone call in the meantime. BZZZ. I tried calling again and again, but there was no sign of an answer. What happened? Is he lost? Did he get into an accident or something? Just when I was beginning to feel nervous, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something. In the distance, I saw a figure hiding behind a pillar of a building, looking at me. He was dressed in a hoodie and trousers. I couldn't see his face very well because of the hood and the distance, but he was fiddling with his smartphone. I hung up since the person on the other end of the phone didn't seem to be answering. The individual in the hoodie then stopped moving as well. He was frozen in place, clutching his phone. He started scurrying around as if he was seeking someone to help him. Then a police officer who was patrolling nearby approached the person. The individual in the hoodie then responded, "No, it isn't." The man in the hoodie refused the officer's assistance. Flailing his arms in the air, he bent his head in the direction of the departing policeman. He looks down at his phone once again. He places his palm on his chest and appears to take a deep breath. He then turned on his phone and placed it to his ear as if he had made up his mind. At the same time, Yuma's phone began to ring. The caller's name was, of course, Schwarz. "Hello, where are you?" Exclamation mark. "What? Can you hear me?" "Hello?" There appeared to be an attempt at being heard, but I heard no response. On the other hand, the person Yuma was staring at in the hoodie was also trembling violently. "Say, are you the one in the hoodie up by the station right now?" Yuma heard a gasp through his phone. The person in the hoodie also stopped moving as if he was surprised. "Oh, it's you. I'm in front of the clock tower. Can you see me?" I waved my hand in a hey kind of way. The person in the hoodie also looked at me. Our eyes met, and then, "Sorry." I heard a faint apology through my phone. Immediately after that, the person dressed in the hoodie, Schwarz, turned around and ran away. Hey, Schwarz. Mew. It's impossible. Just as I thought. I heard such a voice from the other side of my phone. Impossible? You told me yourself that you're not very confident about your appearance. But is it really that embarrassing? If that's the case, I won't let you go. If I let you go, Schwarz, you could retreat back into your shell, and I'm not going to allow that to happen. Yuma began running while holding his phone to his ear. Schwarz. Wait. There was no answer. No, it's not that there was no answer, rather, Schwarz was probably out of breath and unable to respond. From the other end of the phone, Yuma could hear his ragged breathing. Schwarz went straight into a back alley where there was no one around. He seemed to be running out of energy, and his running form was sloppy. "Schwarz." I called out directly to the hooded figure. He looked back at me for a moment, but he was still trying to escape. However, my legs were starting to get wobbly. To be frank, I'm a weak person. I told you to wait. Why are you trying to run away? I caught up with him and grabbed him from behind in a hug. I lifted him up slightly so that he couldn't escape. He was considerably lighter than I had anticipated, and I had no trouble lifting him. Schwarz once told me that he was fragile, delicate, and short. However, he was unusually pleasant and soft to hold. When my right hand touched something soft, the spot was close to Schwarz's chest. Huh? No! Exclamation mark no! Exclamation mark get away from me! Exclamation mark. A voice like a scream leaked out of Schwarz's mouth. I could tell his voice was a little too high-pitched for a male, even over the phone, but if you listen to it closely, you'll notice that it's rather delicate and fragile, yet extremely cute. Whatever you think, this voice is hey you're Schwarz, right? Schwarz nodded as he was picked up. Oh, yeah, nice to meet you. So, Schwarz was a girl, huh? A brief period of stillness. Schwarz nodded stiffly, reluctantly. Did I touch your breasts, by any chance? Calm down. Think about what you've done carefully. 1. Chasing the fleeing girl. 2. Hugging her from behind. 3. I touched her breasts. Thump. Yeah, the first thing I did was to lower Schwarz to the ground. No, that wasn't intentional. I'm sorry. Yuma lowered his head at almost the right angle. This is the worst thing you can do to someone who begs you to help them with their communicative disorder. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm the one who ran away. I'm sorry. I could hear a faint voice as she lowered her head. Yuma, I know you're afraid. It's scary for you. But I'm here to help. So, could you show me your face? I looked up when he said that. In the corner of my mind, I wondered what he meant by afraid of being seen, but I soon found out why. The moment I looked up, an angel was there. She has a sweet, innocent face with a tiny animal-like charm. Her skin is white and soft, with no flaws. Her bright red eyes are trembling frantically under the hood, arousing the urge for protection. And the angel's hair was completely white. Her hair was as white as snow and peeked out from behind the hoodie she was wearing. Her hair would not be this lovely white if she bleached it. Yuma was completely frozen. His brain couldn't keep up with the amount of information he was receiving. He couldn't take his eyes off the girl in front of him, with her white hair. But that was a mistake. Schwarz's eyes welled up with tears. She hurriedly pulls her hood up with both hands, attempting to conceal her hair. Then, as if she couldn't take it any longer, she turned her back on Yuma and bolted. Wait. I tried to stop her, but I didn't have to. It seemed that Schwarz had already reached the limit of her strength. After a few meters of running, she began to wobble and fell to the ground in a heap. Hey, are you okay? Schwarz was lying on the ground, her hands on her shoulders, and she was breathing heavily. Anyway, I helped her up and sat her on the edge of the road. Don't move, okay? I returned after purchasing a cup of tea from a nearby vending machine. I handed her the tea, and she gobbled it up. Schwarz drank too much and choked, so I sat next to her and rubbed her back. It's a little unnerving to touch the body of someone of the opposite sex, but this isn't the time to discuss it. As soon as she calmed down, I called out to her, "Have you calmed down?" When I asked her that, Schwarz gave a slight nod. She pulled her hood down with both hands, trying to keep her hair out of my sight. Her shoulders are slumped, her back is rounded and narrow, and her nervousness is noticeable even to me. Let's see. I'm Yuma. And, you're Schwarz, right? As she was a woman, I almost called out to her in a polite way, but stopped myself and instead went with the familiar way we always do. Then Schwarz gave a slight nod. I'm Schwarz. The girl in front of me, mumbling to herself, doesn't seem like Schwarz at all. She's a different person than the one I was chatting with on the internet. Yuma and #number 8217. Image of a friendly and cheerful boy was far from the impression of the frightened girl in front of him. Sorry. I placed my hands together and apologized. Schwarz didn't seem to understand why she was being apologized to. She gave Yuma a puzzled look. No, I heard you were concerned about your appearance, and I should apologize for staring at you like that. Schwarz gave another small nod. She was flustered again after that, as if she didn't know what to do. Her eyes downcast and her eyes darting left and right. Oh, She cracked her mouth open and tried to speak from that point on, but she couldn't. She reminded me of my past self. I was so nervous that I couldn't talk, even though I had so many things to say. I despised myself for not being able to speak correctly, and I hated speaking in general. I understand how difficult it is for you. Yuma smiled to reassure her and took out his phone to start the online game that they always play, Grand Gate. Grand Gate is a type of game that you can play on both computers and smartphones. I usually play it on my computer, which is very easy to use, but when I'm tired, I switch to my phone and play it lying on my bed. Yuma knew Schwarz had Grand Gate on her phone since she had told him a story about lying on her back with her phone and it falling on her face. Come on, let's play together. Schwarz was unsure of what to do when Yuma suddenly started playing the game next to her, but when prompted, she took the initiative to operate her phone and started playing Grand Gate. The startup screen, the title call, and the game resumed from where it left off last time. Then she received a chat message from Yuma in the game directed to Schwarz. Waiting at the clock tower in the town of Romy, Schwarz's eyes fluttered as she glanced at Yuma, who was sitting next to her. She made her way to the meeting spot. When Yuma noticed Schwarz, he smiled and waved, and then he sent her this message. Nice to meet you. I'm Yuma. It's good to see you again. With those words, Schwarz seemed to realize that Yuma was reenacting their prior encounter. The message from Yuma continued, if you're not good at talking, let's do it here first. Yeah? Oh, and? You get nervous talking face to face, don't you? Since you're not very good at talking, let's do it here first. When Yuma said that, Schwarz lowered her eyes apologetically. I'm sorry to bother you. You know, I'm well aware that you're not a communicative person. So don't worry about it. Let's do it with a lighter heart, okay? After some hesitation, Schwarz gave a slight nod and began typing her message. A few moments later, she heard the sound of a message being received from Yuma's phone. Well then, let's get back on track. Nice to meet you. I'm Schwarz. Nice to meet you again, Yuma. The discrepancy between reality and the game was unsettling, but Yuma responded with a smile that indicated nothing was wrong. Nice to meet you. I was a little surprised that you were a girl. Well, didn't I tell you yesterday that I'm a different person in real life than I am on the internet? You can't expect me to predict that your gender was different. To tell you the truth, when I revealed that I was a girl, I started getting DMs from people in the dating scene asking me to meet them in real life and asking if I was interested in sex. Since then, I've been too scared, so I pretended to be a boy. Ah, I see. There are such perverts on the internet, after all. It's annoying. Oh, by the way, you got lucky with me just now, didn't you? I'm very sorry about that. It's okay. I don't mind. I'm glad. I thought it was over for real earlier. In exchange, you'll have to accompany me on a material gathering marathon next time. That's my one weakness. Of course. Don't expect to squeeze a girl's breasts for free. I respectfully accept your offer. We chatted in the same manner as before. However, when I looked over at Schwarz, she blushed in embarrassment and hid her face behind her phone. If you're embarrassed, you should just say it. Nah, maybe not. I'm sure Schwarz wants me to treat her as I usually would. That's why she's chatting in this way, even if she's embarrassed. Even now, she's gazing at me with anxiety and reluctance, thinking, is it acceptable for me to talk to him so casually? But in reality, Yuma was also nervous. Of course, I was surprised by the pure white hair, but what surprised me the most was that Schwarz was a woman. His best friend, who he had thought was a boy of the same age, was actually a girl, and he had touched her breasts. Yuma, who is in the midst of puberty, couldn't help but be aware of this. As he was looking at her, his eyes met hers. Schwarz instantly pulled down her hood as though she feared Yuma was staring at her hair. No, it's different. It's just that you're a girl. I thought you were a guy all this time, so I didn't really feel it yet. Schwarz typed another message. Sorry about that. I consider you a friend, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you because I was afraid you'd treat me differently if you knew I was a girl. I can't say that I wouldn't. I regretted many things, especially during my junior years, where I had a dirty talk with my classmates. It was during the night where I revealed the fact that I was a virgin, that I prefer large-breasted sisters, and that when I am in high school, I want to be eroticized by a kind senior with huge boobs in an empty classroom. When I think about the fact that I was talking to a girl my age like that, I feel awful. My heart was rolling around in my chest, screaming in agony. Oh, I don't mind that you were talking about sex and stuff, okay? I've spent a lot of time on the internet, so I know boys are like that. Now that it's taken care of, I felt like I was going to die softly. Also, about my hair, Schwarz said and touched her white hair. I was bullied for it when I was in elementary school. When I heard this, I felt suffocated. It's unfortunate but understandable that elementary school students who had such pristine white hair would be harassed, but it was still painful for me to think that my best friend was being bullied. I don't blame you for looking at me like this, though. That's not true. The next thing I knew, I was grabbing Schwarz by her shoulders. Schwarz was so surprised that she let out a small "eh?" Her eyes opened wide as she let out a quiet voice. I'll tell you what. You're really cute. I indeed stared at you the first time I met you, but that was because your white hair looked so lovely on you, or because you looked like an angel, so I believe you should be a little more confident in yourself. I felt embarrassed saying it, and the last part of it sounded like a mosquito buzzing. Schwarz, too, was red-faced and shuffled over to her phone. You're all red in the face. You know that? You don't say. To be honest, I was taken aback at first. I assumed my friend was a guy, but she was a girl with white hair. But Schwarz is still Schwarz. I breathed out a sigh of relief at the fact that we could talk to each other lightly, even though we were chatting in a game. Schwarz, however, kept her eyes downcast, looking somewhat disappointed. What's wrong? When I asked her that, she hesitated for a moment before answering. I thought I could speak more normally with Yuma, but in the end, all I did was chat, so I thought it was no good. That's right. Schwarz came to see me in order to overcome her communicative disorder, but it's different for her. I may have worked hard to overcome my communicative disorder in middle school, but Schwarz's is a much higher hurdle than mine. They say that individuals should not be judged by their appearance, yet in fact, looks do matter. The essential thing is the impression you make on people, but the most important thing is whether or not you believe in yourself. People say that wearing a suit helps you look more confident, but being well-dressed and stylish makes you feel more confident in yourself. Schwarz's white hair is a significant disadvantage in this regard. The individual you're speaking with will be startled, and many others will consider you an embarrassment. What's more, Schwarz herself seems to have a considerable complex about her white hair, which is somewhat distressing. It's no secret that people would look at her strangely. Furthermore, she has this kind of personality. I'm sure it took her a lot of courage just to step outside. Still, even so, Schwarz came to the meeting place. She asked me if she could talk to me. I smacked my cheeks with both of my hands and changed my mind. My best friend, who I thought was a boy, turned out to be a girl with white hair. I was surprised, but that was all. Schwarz is still my best friend. My best friend was brave enough to ask me for help. I want to respond to that feeling. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Yuma reassured Schwarz by patting her on the back. She blinked and turned over to face him. I'll help you overcome your communicative disorder. So let's do our best, okay? Thanks, but are you really okay with that? Won't I be a nuisance? Don't worry about it. You're my best friend! Exclamation mark. Schwarz's eyes began to well up with tears. Hey, hold on. You don't have to cry over something like this. Schwarz brushed her tears away with the sleeve of her hoodie, which was a little too big, and returned to her phone. Thank you. I'm glad you're my friend, Yuma. For the time being, there's a place that I would like to take you after this. Is that okay? Yes. I'm not all too familiar with this area, so I'll leave it to you. All right. Then, let's get on with it. As he stood up, Schwarz grabbed Yuma's sleeve. What's up? Oh, this is the only one I've practiced a lot. Schwarz struggled to let out her voice, not through the chat, but with her own mouth. She took a hesitant step forward and turned to face Yuma. There was quite a height gap between them as they faced each other like this, and she was staring up at Yuma. Or Kami. Just take your time. When Yuma said that, Schwarz nodded her head and took a deep breath, and then, my real name is K. Kami Kamishiro Yui! Please let me be your friend! It was like a once-in-a-lifetime confession. She closed her eyes tightly as she held out her trembling hand to me. Yuma smiled in return and took her hand. Likewise, I'm Suizaki Yuma. I'll be looking forward to working with you again. This was the first time that Schwarz, aka Yui Kamishiro and Yuma Suizaki, became acquainted. Chapter 2, Yuma and Yui. As for what to call you, can I call you Kamishiro? I'm a little embarrassed to call you Schwarz outside. My last name. They used to call me Kamishiro because of my white hair. That's why. My last name is. So, I'll call you Yui. I wonder if it's okay for me to call you Yuma? You can call me whatever you like. To be honest, it's pretty embarrassing to call each other by the given names of the opposite sex, but it would be better than my partner or Schwarz. So I guess I'll be calling her Yui instead of Schwarz from now on. The main street was bustling with people, so I chose to walk on the least crowded street possible. However, Yui was still stiff and nervous. She was following behind me as if she was heavily clinging onto my back. Her hands pulled down her hood tightly and didn't let go. She seems to have a serious complex about her white hair as she looks around under the hood with frightened eyes. And whenever I pass by someone, Yui would instantly glance down and breathe a sense of relief. Ever since a while back, she's been repeating this over and over again. We're almost there, so just hang in there, okay? I spoke to Yui in a cheerful voice in an attempt to distract her from her feelings. In that case, why is Schwarz's armor black in color? The character you're playing as is a holy knight, not a dark knight. Wouldn't vice, white, be more preferable if you wanted to wear it? I'm sorry, should I not have asked? It's just, like, the flip side of a complex or something. No, I just thought it sounded cool. I didn't really think much about what it meant or anything. What are you? A 9th grader? I was in the 2nd grade. The conversation went on like this, albeit awkwardly. It was a situation that every adolescent boy longed for, going out with a cute girl, even if it was a strange one. Yuma thought he would be a little more nervous than he was, but surprisingly he was not. At first, Yuma was surprised to find out that his longtime partner was a girl, and to be honest, he was expecting a romantic comedy, but after he decided to take care of Yui, he didn't think much of her being the opposite sex. To him, it felt as if he was taking care of his little sister. The only thing that was a little embarrassing was the fact that they called each other by their first names, which made them look like lovers from afar. However, Yui didn't seem to care, so Yuma kept it to himself. We're here? Yui looked up from Yuma's fearfully and looked ahead. What was there was a net cafe. Yui looked up at Yuma as if to say, what are we doing here? Well, I figured that the first step would be to unwind. So, I decided to bring you here, the internet cafe, where we can play our games as per usual. And don't worry, we have a private room here, so you can afford to relax without being watched. Yui nodded her head, seemingly convinced. However, she seemed to be uneasy about entering an unfamiliar place and completely hid behind Yuma. Once in the room, Yui breathed a sigh of relief. Probably relieved to be out of sight. So, internet cafes are like this. When she felt relieved, her curiosity got the better of her, and she began scurrying around the room. In internet cafes, there are many different types of private rooms, some with only a chair and a computer for work, others with a living area where many people may come to play together. This time, Yuma chose the flat room. He took off his shoes and climbed up to the mat, where he could stretch out his legs and relax. The room was about the size of a small parlor. 2 high-performance gaming PCs sat on a wide desk, and in front of them were chairs that could accommodate 2 people sitting side by side. What's more, there's even a hot eye mask to help with eye fatigue. It was an ideal environment for gamers. Is this the first time you've been here? Yui nodded her head and started the chat application on her phone. She types in a message. By the way, I just exchanged my chat ID with Yui for a chat application, saying let's use this until you get used to it. It was the first time I had exchanged IDs with someone of the opposite sex outside of my family, and I was a little nervous. Does Yuma come here often? I can't come here as often as I'd like due to money problems, but I do come here sometimes during Grand Gate events. Why do you come here so often during events? Did you know that the experience and rare item drop rates of Grand Gate increase when you access it from an internet cafe? That's why I come here! Exclamation mark. Yui's eyes widened. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, even though she was scared a while ago. She tugged on Yuma's clothes as if to hurry him to play a game. I was pretty happy to see that she was still a gamer after all. Wait, now that I think about it, I'm doing something terrible right now, aren't I? Even though we've known each other for a while now, suddenly bringing a girl you've never met before in real life but only from the internet into a locked room like this is pretty bad in general. Alone with the opposite sex in a small closed room, the thought of that made me a little nervous. However, Yui was looking at me as if she was saying, "What's wrong?" "Well, I may be the one who brought you here, but you should be a little more cautious." Yui tilted her head lightly as if to say what? "No, look, you're going to be alone in a room with me, and there are a lot of things you have to do, right?" Yui tilted her head more and more in confusion. We only met online, and today was the first time that we officially met, and I'm a boy, and you're a girl, so Finally realizing what Yuma was trying to say, she blushed and took a step back. "No, it's not like I was going to do anything. It's just that I was self-conscious about it." Just be a little more aware that you're a girl." Yeah." Yui nodded cautiously and operated her phone again. "Don't worry. I know from the internet that boys are like that." As she said this, Yui's face became redder and redder. I wondered what kind of knowledge Yui had gained from the internet. At any rate, we both sat down in front of the computer and started the online game Grand Gate. As usual, the two of us decided to explore the game world together, going on boss hunts and carrying luggage to earn money. Since it was their latest gaming PC, it operates smoothly, even at the maximum quality. It was fun to watch and play around with the flashy techniques that you can unleash. By the time 2 hours had passed, the tension between us had dissipated entirely, and the two of us were chatting and having a good time playing together. Unfortunately, this did not happen. "Yuma, where should we go next? Fast material marathon? The money trading event? Or hunting bosses in the tower or heroes? I'm good with anything." "Hey, Yuma, are you listening? Can you say something?" "No, Yui." "Aren't you going to get used to me by now? Why are you still being so shy?" Yui has been using the chat application for all her conversations ever since she started the game. She hasn't said a single word with her own mouth because chatting is easier than talking with my own mouth. Really, it was good that she seemed relaxed, which was a good thing. But it was a miscalculation that she would not speak at all by herself. I assumed Yui would find it simple to talk about games, so I thought it would be good practice for her to start overcoming her communicative disease. But I was wrong. In fact, you're typing really fast. The only sounds I could hear from Yui's side was the sound of her keyboard repeatedly clacking click, 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 click. I couldn't even see her fingertips well enough anymore. It's clearly faster than talking normally. I couldn't help but agree that chatting is far easier when I see this. Since I was a kid, I've been cooped up in my house, so my experience is slightly different from yours. I'd like you to speak normally now. Yui is pretty cheerful by the way she talks a lot in chat. If she could express this cheerfulness in real life, she would undoubtedly be a popular person. Yui, let's practice. Let's read aloud what you just typed. When I said it like that, Yui cast her eyes downwards and kept quiet. I'm not going to say too much because it might have the opposite effect if I'm pressuring her to talk, but it looks like we have a long way to go. Yuma sighed inwardly. After that, Yui kept chatting instead of talking. I was thinking, well, since this is the first time, I'll just be happy that we got to play a game together today. And that's when it happened. If there is a god in this game world, he must love both of us. Oh, Yuma. I think a rare enemy is coming. Oh, huh? That's Lucifer, isn't it? But, doesn't he look slightly different? Now that you mention it, you're right. Wait a minute. Could this be? A golden magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground. Typically, a rare enemy would appear from there, but this time, the magic circle changed its shape and turned into a poisonous purple color. Despite years of playing this game, neither of us had ever seen this before, and then the magic circle overflowed with light. The one who left paradise Lucifer alternative towards a particular direction, a black six-winged fallen angel appeared. Lucifer alternative appeared! Exclamation mark. Are you serious? Seriously? Why this timing? What was standing before me was an even more special two-named variant of the monster, Lucifer, an alternative of a higher species. According to the information on the strategy site, the chances of such a monster appearing is usually 1 in several thousand. Even if you do meet one, it's unusually strong and extremely difficult to defeat. And the feathers it drops can be used to make mythical equipment that's famous for being broken. I've occasionally seen them for sale in the in-game bazaar, but the prices are eye-dropping. Time to hunt. Yes, at this moment, Yui's overcoming of her communicative disorder was blown away. Section. Oh no. 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 I'm going to die. Even though I solidified my defense, it was erasing away 90% of my physical strength with each strike. Lucifer Alternative's meteors were raining down on the field as displayed on the monitor, and Yuma, the Grand Mage, was running around frantically. Yui, ask for recovery. Recovery. I don't think I can avoid this much longer. Oh, Muri, is the cooldown time over? How many more seconds are there left till I can heal you? 7 seconds left. But hang in there! Exclamation mark. Even Yui couldn't afford to chat while running away from another Eden. An instant death beam penetrating a wide range of resistance. I managed to coordinate with her by shouting, "God damn it, I can't lose, I'll do it, I'll do it." You just slipped through all of his attacks. Avoiding consecutive frames? Wow, Yuma, that was amazing. Oh shit, I'm in the zone. But I don't think I can do it again. I need to recover. I'll take it. Firepower, please. I'm on it. I'll put you in a multi-chant inferno. Attribute change means. Does that mean I have to wait for Yuma to stop chanting to get the attribute change? I'm sorry, I'll heal your HP first right away. It's okay. I've got a nice weakness now, so I will use Holy Bind to lock in your special action. Okay, I'll take care of it this time. I'm going to redeem myself. Don't do anything stupid just to redeem yourself. The whole process took us about 30 minutes, with much noise being made from our constant shouting to one another. All right, good job. When I raised my hand and asked for a high five, Yui looked at my hand several times and replied modestly with a peck. See, you can talk just fine. I was just a little self-conscious about it. Yui was squirming around in embarrassment. Her gesture was somewhat like a small animal, making me want to pat her on the head. But I don't think I'll actually do it, though. Okay, that's a good sign. You've got a cute voice, so let's talk more. Sorry. Now that I think about it, Yui has a cute, so-called anime voice. However, being cute can also be complex in some cases. Yuma had a similar experience, so he understood the feeling well. I'm like this too, so I know how you feel. Low voice. Question mark. When Yuma let out a low voice, Yui opened her eyes wide and looked at Yuma. I also had a low-pitched voice, and people used to tease me about it. So I began to talk in a little louder voice instinctively. What's up? Yui's light red eyes were glittering. Yui hurriedly typed some words into her phone and pointed at Yuma. I like the low voice of men. I really like the sound of Yuma's voice right now. More typing. Could you do that voice again? Emoji, encore encore. You have a voice fetish. Yui's cheeks turned red with embarrassment, but she nodded her head in agreement. She tugged on Yuma's arms and begged, hey, one more time, one more time. That's right. I'd forgotten about Yui since she was always trembling with fear most of the time, but she was totally capable of this kind of talk. Honestly, I don't mind getting this kind of reaction from girls. Since I've come all this way, I'll live up to your expectations at least. I cleared my throat and placed my hand on Yui's chin like you'd see in a shuo manga, pulling her closer. As Yui looked at me in confusion, I flashed a confident face and spoke with a handsome voice. Why don't you let me hear yours instead? Yui's cute voice, low-pitched voice. Eh? She was blown away. Apparently, I've hit the nail on the head. Yui was shaking with laughter. After doing that, I started to feel embarrassed and subtly regretted it. After that, all Yui did was chat and hardly spoke. However, by the time we left the internet cafe, I felt that the distance between us had shrunk a little. When we went outside, the sun was almost setting. Yui looked back at the internet cafe with a regretful look. Did you have fun? When I asked her that, Yui nodded her head without hesitation. I was so overjoyed that I couldn't help but open my mouth. I'll take you home. When Yuma said this, Yui looked a little lost. Don't be shy, okay? It may be hard for you to walk around the city by yourself. If you don't want me to know where you live, you can just leave me at a random place. When I said that, Yui shook her head and said, well, of course. That's how I got to Yui's house. It's that close. It's that close. I couldn't stop myself from shouting out loud in front of Yui's house. Is that so? Do you see the water tank of the apartment building over there? I live right there in that apartment. Isn't that super close? It's incredible, really. It was just like that in the game. And this in real life too. It seems like fate, doesn't it? Huh? Is this really fate? Or am I just being seduced? It's the same kind of conversation we had on the internet yesterday. But, at that moment, I actually thought that Yui was a man, but now that I know she was a girl, I was pretty embarrassed by myself and was at a loss for words. Seeing Yuma's reaction, Yui also turned her face away, perhaps embarrassed to have said it herself. Okay, well, I'm going home. I felt pretty awkward for some reason and tried to leave quickly. And that's when it happened. Wait. Yui took a deep breath. What's wrong? That, right? Yui took another deep breath. Today I had a lot of fun. I've never played with my friends like this before. Yeah, I had fun too. Really? Yeah, and right? Oh, and Yuma, if it's okay with you, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I don't have any plans during spring break. Let's play tomorrow. When Yuma said that, Yui's expression turned into a happy one. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. When I think to myself that I was able to Yui, who was once so stiff and nervous when we first met, smile like this, I feel proud. So I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Yes. See you tomorrow. Yui gave me a small wave to send me off. To be honest, today was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of work. But when I saw that smile at the end of the day, it took all of my tiredness away. Am I too easy? Feeling his mouth loosen up, Yuma made his way home. I'm home. Oh, Yuma-kun is back. When I got home, I heard a woman's voice and the sound of a sewing machine coming from the living room. I washed my hands and went to the living room to find my sister-in-law Nen using the sewing machine at the table as usual. Hold on a second. I'm almost done. Oh, there's no need to rush. I'll make dinner for you. Really? I'll take your word for it then. From a distance, she looked like a beautiful, model-built mature woman with lightly dyed hair. With her cheeks apple red like a child, a woman sews a dress, a cosplay costume of a character from an anime that she's been promoting lately, with a skill that even a beginner can understand. Can I make dumplings? Yes. Anything is fine. It didn't require much work to make them since they were frozen. Heat a frying pan and place the frozen dumplings in it. That was it. Today was the day of your meeting with Schwarz, right? You met with him today, didn't you? What was he like? Well, he was a bit of a weird person, but he was a pretty funny and interesting guy. No, I met that person, and she's actually a girl, kind of thing? No, it's not like that, is it? Well, that's too bad. I was hoping for a little bit of that. I'll keep quiet about it for now. To be honest, I'm embarrassed to talk about it right now, and if I do, she'll tease me for sure. Whatever the case, meeting that boy was the catalyst for your change, wasn't it? Then I should be grateful to him, too. When I first met you, you barely spoke to me, and I thought I was going to lose you. Yuma and Nen were brothers-sisters-in-laws whose blood were not directly related. Their parents remarried. Yuma was on the mother's side, while Nen was on the father's side. In order to get rid of the loneliness in my life, I decided to make friends with my relatives first, so I started talking to Nen actively, but she also likes anime and manga, so the conversation went surprisingly well. At first, I was a little worried that we wouldn't be able to talk to one another due to our age gap, but now that we've gotten to know each other well enough to lend and borrow our favorite manga, we felt more like friends than siblings, but we had a good relationship. That's right. It all started with him, didn't it? It was all thanks to my meeting with Yui that my life started to take a turn for the better. But I can't abandon her. It won't be the same as giving back, but the fact that I was the only one who was happy and Yui was the only one who remained the same still disturbs me. The path that I was heading on will be steep, but I will do my best and take care of her. I thoroughly renewed my resolve. Chapter 3, Step by Step with Yui. The next day, I went to pick Yui up from her house. I pressed the intercom, praying in my heart that her parents wouldn't come out because I would feel awkward. The door opened, and Yui peeked out from the gap. "Gee, good morning." "Good morning." Yui was still wearing the same hooded parka as she had on the day before. Her hood was covering her eye, perhaps to hide her hair. When she came out of the house, I was surprised to see her quickly walk towards me as if to say, "What are we going to do today?" The expression on her face was a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Yuma's eyes narrowed at the sight of Yui. "Can we just play at the internet cafe like yesterday?" It was a short reply, but Yui's expression softened, and she let out a small smile. My first thought was that she'd prefer to go to an internet cafe together instead of me taking her around, and apparently, I was right. So we started walking together. As we were walking together again, Yui shrank, hiding behind in my shadow, perhaps worried about the stares of the people around her. "Well, it can't be helped." Yui grabbed her hood tightly to hide her white hair. In Yuma's case, he wasn't very bothered by it since he was initially friends with Yui. He also knew about her so-called subculture. However, some people may stare at Yui's white hair since others have been bullied her for it. Every time we passed by someone, Yui's chest would tingle in fear as she casts her face downwards. "By the way, what happened to the materials you got after defeating Lucifer Alternative yesterday?" "I haven't used mine yet since I have no use for it yet." I haven't used it yet, but I think I'm going to use it for armor. I'm going to be tanking a lot, so I'm focusing on defense." "I see. Then I'll go for the wand since it suits my role." I think that's good. A mythical wand can increase your firepower drastically, and Yuma has always been good at evading. As soon as I began talking about the game to distract Yui, she became more talkative. It was kind of funny to see her like that. In the midst of their discussion, they arrived at the internet cafe. Just like yesterday, Yuma went through the reception and headed for the room. When Yui entered the room, she let out a sigh of relief. She sat down on a chair and relaxed. "It feels like I'm back home again." When Yuma called out to her, Yui took out her smartphone. With a flick of her little hand, she typed in a message. A message arrives on Yuma's phone. "I'm not very good at going out. I'm tired." Along with this message comes a stamp of an exhausted anime character. I couldn't help but giggle as the stamp and Yui's pose matched perfectly. "Is it easier for you to talk in chat?" "Yes. I'm not very good at talking, so this is way more fun for me because I can speak in my usual way." "No?" No. If that's what you want, you're free to keep it as it is." When Yuma said that, he received a stamp of an anime character with a speech bubble that said, "Thank you." Truthfully, I would like her to speak for herself so Yui could overcome her communicative disorder, but she's already trying her best just by going out, so I don't think I should push her any further than this. Besides, during one of our games yesterday, I found out that she could speak for herself whenever she's in a pinch, so it's safe to say that we can proceed slowly for now. "It seems like you've gotten used to me." "You were so shy at first." "Well, that's because I like you, you know." "I know that Yui doesn't mean that at all, but it's still pretty upsetting when a girl says she likes you when she really doesn't." I laughed at myself for being so adolescent. "Shall we play a game then?" "Yeah, let's play. What we were doing was basically the same thing as before, just two people playing an online game together. But playing in the same space like this, it felt warm. I don't really know to put it into words, but it was a lot more enjoyable than before. I glanced at Yui and noticed that she had a slight smile on her face. That made me really happy. Yui is quiet and shy in real life, but as a gamer, she's a pretty serious person. She would take on high difficulty quests that would wear her down, and we would play through the game together. Time flies when you're having fun. Before we knew it, we found ourselves playing the game for several hours straight. I think we should take a break, don't you? When I asked her that, Yui nodded her head. I was so engrossed in playing my games that my eyes felt heavy. Yui appeared to be the same way, firmly closing and opening her eyes. Here's a hot eye mask. It's good to warm up your eyes when they get tired. Thanks. Yui took the hot eye mask, but she didn't put it on right away and looked down as if she was thinking about something. What's wrong? I wonder if it's really okay for you to be treating me this nicely, huh? Thank you, Yuma, for playing with me like this today and for taking such good care of me. But I feel like I should give something back to you too. We're friends, so don't worry about it. But Yui had a look of uncertainty on her face. She probably thought that she was a bother to me and made me feel uncomfortable. But that was not the case. Yui was a person who had a low sense of self-esteem or little to no self-confidence. Yuma thought about it for a moment, scratched his head to hide his embarrassment, and opened his mouth. Then, can I ask you for one favor? Yeah. Would you like to hang out with me again tomorrow? If you don't mind, we can do it the day after tomorrow or some other day if you have things to do. Oh, Yuma, I don't have any plans during spring break, so, is that okay? Yuma sighed and gave a small smile to Yui, who still looked worried. You see, I'm nice to you because I enjoy playing with you, and I'm happy when you're happy. You're the one who often gives me items and information in games, right? It's the same thing. Well, Yuma, like you too. I was so embarrassed that I had to whisper at the end. Yui, on the other hand, was blinking her eyes. As friends. As a friend? Yui's eyes were still fluttering as she replied. Her expression slowly relaxed. She placed her hands on her cheeks. Her face flushed, as she smiled happily. I'm happy. I'm so happy. I was really happy to hear that, and it made me feel even more embarrassed. And that's how it is, anyway. Let's take a break for now, and after the break, we'll play some more games. Is that okay? Yeah. We played together for a few more hours, and then it was time to leave. When we left the internet cafe, the sun was almost down. However, there were still quite a few people left on the street. I felt Yui tense up and stiffen next to me. Are you okay? I'll walk you home then. Yui's gaze wandered anxiously. She then reached out and pinched the sleeve of Yuma's shirt with her hand. Yui? Well, I don't want to get lost, so, besides, I feel a little safer when I do this. No, I don't mind. But Yui was picking at my clothes. Even though that was all she was doing, I could feel my face heat up. Then, let's go, shall we? As Yuma starts to walk away, Yui follows after him, still pinching his sleeve. I feel like the distance between us has shortened yet again. I'm happy about that, but I feel really embarrassed. I walked Yui home, feeling a little nervous. The next day, and the day after that, and the day after that, Yuma played with Yui at an internet cafe. To be honest, my pocket money has been dwindling due to my daily trips to the internet cafe, but this is for Yui's sake. I'm glad I left some money for her. I plan to get a part-time job when I enter high school, so I'm prepared to use up all the money I've saved for this year. Although Yui was still mainly chatting, she was smiling more and more when she was alone with me. It's been a week since I started playing with Yui. Today, the two of us were playing at the internet cafe yet again. I'm currently enabling auto combat mode for hunting down small fries as I read my manga. This kind of multitasking is the hallmark of an internet gamer. At first, I thought to myself, aren't you playing a game with your friends? But then I discovered the two most recent volumes of the most popular manga, Mutensai the Villainous Lady's Butler, was sitting out on their bookshelf, which I hadn't read before, so I had no choice. Yui, who was the first one to read the manga, sank into her chair. She was flapping her legs as if she was delighted with the development of the manga. Such a gesture is adorable. It seems that she was finished reading. Hey, Yui exhaled with satisfaction and closed the manga book. She then took out her phone and began operating it. At the same time, Yuma also held up his phone. Since most of the conversations with Yui are performed via chat, it has become a habit for Yuma to hold up his phone when Yui starts operating it. I've finished reading it. It was pretty fun and exciting. Can I borrow it then? Yes. Fichan's awakening to the power of an angel and becoming a warrior was both cool and cute. It was great. Whoa. Don't spoil it. It's okay. You've already heard that Fichan's a descendant of an angel, so it's a little too late for that. It's one thing to read a book and say, see, I knew it, but it's another thing to be spoiled, especially by your friends. Sorry. Yui apologizes sorry while she was smiling. It was an unguarded smile. Her smile makes me feel as if I can forgive almost anything she does. But, you still like Fichan, don't you? Of course, Fichan is very cute. Hey, I wish I could take her home and take care of her. By the way, Fichan is the silver-haired Lilai from Mutensai. From what we've talked about so far, Yui seems to like the so-called Lilai characters. Isn't it unfair that when a man's a Lilican, he's looked down upon, but when a woman's a Lilican, she's treated as some sort of precious existence? That's because men look at characters with sexual desire, right? I look at Fichan as a maternal figure. The average 15-year-old exists in the public eye as a Lilai, especially since you're on the small side. Is that a roundabout way of saying I have small breasts? Don't read too much into that, okay? Yuma also makes fun of me for having small breasts. If you're really that concerned about that, then I'll try to be more careful from now on, okay? I don't really know about guys, but I've heard that girls do care about this kind of thing, so, no, not really. It's just a joke, so don't worry about it. What's the matter with you? Ahahi. Yui was giggling happily. She was pretty nervous in the beginning, but she seems to have gotten used to me. With that in mind, Yuma decided to take it just a little bit further. But, you would look pretty good with a feet costume, wouldn't you? Cosplay? Does Yuma do those kinds of things? Well, I don't do it much, but I know of someone who does. So, how about it? Try mustering up your courage and give it a go. I can't. I'm not going to wear a costume, even if it's a request from Yuma. I'm only half kidding about the cosplay. But, I think you should at least practice taking the hood off, don't you? Over the past week, Yui has consistently worn a hood over her eyes to hide most of her hair. It was no different for Yuma. He also had the very same deep-rooted complex as Yui ages ago. But that's not going to be the case once school starts. First of all, you should practice taking off your hood when you are alone with me. You're aware that I don't actually care about your hair anymore, right? Yes. Yui put down her phone and took a deep breath while placing her hands on her chest. She looked at me timidly, and I nodded back to encourage her to make up her mind. After a few moments of hesitation, Yui turned to me. She closed her eyes tightly and took off her hood. The long hair, which she tucked inside her clothes, was let out. Her white hair spread out softly, like an angel spreading its wings. Yui had always given me the impression that she was boyish, partly because she had been hiding her hair under her hood and partially because of the image she gave me so far. But the moment she let her hair out, the girlish feeling she had given off intensified. How is it? It's not weird, is it? Yui asked shyly. In response, Yuma said, "See cute." Sorry, not now. I couldn't help but comment on how cute she looked when she was this embarrassed. Yui's face immediately turned red, and she began to fumble around with her phone. Liar. I told you not to say that. Come on. Why? Isn't it a great thing that I'm having such a positive reaction? And I'm serious. You're really cute. You're such a beautiful girl. I chose to compliment her in the sense of if you eat the poison, you get the recipe. Yui was incredibly flustered, and her face was bright red. Don't you think it's a little embarrassing to tell a girl that she's cute face to face? I'm telling you this because you're too stubborn to admit you're cute. You're cute. You're so cute. Stop. It's super embarrassing for me. Yuma was also slightly embarrassed. So he let out a slight cough to cut the flow of the conversation. Do you have an inferiority complex about your white hair? No. It's because having white hair like this is unusual. When I was in elementary school, people frequently called me weird and disgusting. Don't pay attention to what the other elementary school kids say. White hair is indeed rare, and I can understand why you're so concerned about it, but frankly, the others around you don't seem to mind, and I'm used to seeing it. You're funny and friendly in chat. If you can be like that in real life, you'll definitely be popular. When Yuma said that, Yui turned her face downwards in embarrassment again. She barely replies. I don't need to be popular. For some reason, I suddenly felt embarrassed, even though Yui had stopped wearing her hood for quite some time, so I decided to read a manga to cover up my embarrassment. In the story, Fi has awakened and is very active. However, I couldn't focus at all since I was still worried about Yui, who was squirming around. As I was reading the manga, Hey Yuma. Yui grabbed the hem of Yuma's clothes lightly. What's wrong? Am I really that cute? You didn't say that as flattery, did you? Yui's face was red all the way up to her eyes, and she was looking at me with anxious, clingy eyes. For some reason, I felt my chest tighten. Why, you're cute. Really? My embarrassment was many times greater than it was before as I blurted it out. I see. Hee. Yui smiled cheerfully despite her embarrassment. If you say so, Yuma. I'll try a little harder. Okay. When we left the internet cafe, Yui didn't put on her hood. It doesn't look so good to me. Yui froze the moment she left the internet cafe. The moment Yui left the internet cafe, she froze in her tracks. Well, it comes as no surprise to me. It was the height of rush hour. There were a lot of people out on the street. Many of them turned their heads to look over at Yui's white hair. I know what I said before, but you don't need to push yourself, okay? Still, I've decided to do my best. In an effort to strengthen her resolve, Yui said these words. However, she wasn't able to take the first step. Why, Yuma? Can I ask you to do something for me? Yeah, sure. Can I borrow your arm? My arm? I wasn't sure what she meant, but I lightly extended my arm towards Yui. Then Yui clung to my arm tightly. Why, Yui? Yui closed her eyes tightly and held my arm. I don't know whether to call this fortunate or unfortunate, but because of the thick fabric of Yui's hoodie, I hardly felt the so-called guess what feeling. It was mainly the soft touch of the fluffy hoodie that I felt. But, as an adolescent boy, just the thought of being hugged by a girl my age makes me nervous. However, Yui was trying her best, so I couldn't just shake her off. Are we going home? Yui nodded her head desperately with her eyes tightly closed. Well then, let's go, shall we? I barely managed to keep myself from croaking. I started taking slow steps. From that point on, it was all shame and embarrassment. The girl with the white hair and the boy with his arms held stiffly in the air stood out. Yuma could feel all the eyes around him staring at something interesting and smiling, and Yui was clinging to his arm with all her strength, making it a very difficult task to walk. Thus they had to march slowly. Upon arriving at the front of Yui's house, they let out a sigh of relief. Yui then started operating her phone. Yuma, I did my best today. Praise me. Praise me. Yui was happily smiling as she typed that. Yuma laughed along with her smile. If I had a younger sister, would it be like this? But wasn't she scared the entire time? Praising her would be too much. However, she still mustered up her courage and tried her best. So, let's praise her as requested. With that in mind, I extended my hand. All right. You did well. I placed my hands on Yui's head and lightly stroked it. Yui then looked up at me with a surprised look on her face. Did I make a mistake? I jokingly said I would compliment her and unawarely pat her head by mistake. Did I misread the air? I hurriedly removed my hand from Yui's head. I'm sorry. I just thought this is what it would be like to have a little sister. I'm fine. Yui, too, was embarrassed, and her face was flushed. I took a big breath while placing my hands on my chest. Afterwards, Yui resumed chatting normally to kickstart our conversation. So, Yuma thinks of me as his little sister? Sorry, that's what I think. To be honest, it's okay. You've helped me a lot. But, I hope you don't do that too often outside since it's pretty embarrassing for me. Sorry, you don't have to apologize. I'm just a little embarrassed, and it's not like I dislike it or anything. Yui suddenly stopped chatting after a while. She was looking about, pondering about something. Yuma looked around as well, but there was no one around. Hey, Yuma, do you want to pat my head? Come again? No. Not in a weird way, okay? Sometimes when I see characters I like, I want to pet their heads. And I thought Yuma felt the same way. Well, I won't deny it. Honestly, I have a slight desire to pat Yui's head. It's not so much that I have feelings for the opposite sex as it is that I always wanted to take care of a younger sibling. Then, is that okay? I want to thank you for everything you've done for me. Yui's cheeks slightly flushed as she raised her gaze to Yuma. She gently tilted her head and waited for Yuma to pat her. Is this okay? I was still a little uncomfortable with the idea of touching a girl myself, even if it was just patting her head. In spite of this, it would be improper to refuse when Yui offered to do this for me. Then, after some hesitation, Yuma patted Yui on the head. At first, I lightly touched her head with my fingertips and then slowly wrapped my whole hand around it. Yui's hair was thin, soft, and silky. When I moved my hand lightly from side to side, I felt a pleasant touch. Yui's eyes were lightly closed, and her cheeks were dyed red with embarrassment, but not in disgust. At the very least, she doesn't mind being stroked. She's pretty cute, isn't she? I think she's a little too cautious about boys, but seeing her like that makes my heart skip a beat. However, she's only cute as a little sister. I don't view her as a romantic interest or anything of the sort. Since I'm a big titty lover who likes older women, to tell you the truth, I'm glad I did. We wouldn't have the relationship we have today if Yui had been my favorite person. Yuma? It's nothing. I guess I'll be going home then. Yeah. See you tomorrow, okay? Okay. In any case, today, Yui was able to take another step forward of her own volition. At this rate, Yui's communicative disorder would be easier to resolve than I had initially anticipated. That's what I was thinking. But the very next day, an incident occurred. Interlude: dark clouds. The next day, after eating lunch, Yui was sitting in front of the makeup table in her room. She partly burrowed her face into her favorite fluffy stuffed sheep and stared at the mirror, which she had covered with a cloth, as she tried not to look at it. Am I really that cute? I always hated looking at the mirror. Whenever I did, I would constantly be reminded that I was different from others, which was why I always avoided it. But Yuma kept telling me that I was cute. Of course, I was flattered and embarrassed, and I hoped he wouldn't do it so often. But I was happy nonetheless. The very first time I met him, he was surprised by my white hair, but he didn't think much of it and treated me like a normal human being. Moreover, he was concerned about me and tried to help me cope with my communicative disorder and inferiority complex. I know that I'm giving him a very hard time, but I'm happy about it. I also have to do my best! I'm glad that Yuma is taking care of me, but I don't think I should leave things as it is to him forever. I have to do what I can. With that thought in mind, Yui gazed into the mirror. How long has it been since I've looked at my face so closely? I still hate my white hair, and if you asked me, are you sure? I wouldn't know how to answer that. But I think I'm fairly cute. I'm cute because Yuma said I'm cute. Definitely cute. Yui was self-suggesting to herself. She promised Yuma that she would come to play with him again today, and it was almost time for him to come pick her up. Yui would usually wear a hoodie to cover up her hair, but today she decided to go with something different. A white blouse. Will he praise me like he did yesterday? Yui was half prepared as she nervously sat and waited. Tsu. A ringtone played from Yui's phone due to a message she received. She immediately looked at her phone. The one who had sent the message was none other than Yuma. It read, "Sorry, Yui, I may be a little late due to some errands I have to do." For the time being, she replied with a okay and sighed. The wait time seemed long. Should I go to him instead? Suddenly, a thought like this ran through Yui's head. From the very first day we played together until today, Yuma would always come to my house to fetch me. The apartment building where Yuma lives is just around the corner, so there's no way I can get lost. Would he be surprised to see me if I waited at the entrance of his apartment? Would he feel happy to see me? It reminded me of the day before. When I left my house yesterday, I was so ashamed that I immediately clung to Yuma's arm for an extended period of time, but when we arrived at his home, he smiled happily and praised me for my efforts. Okay, Yui said so with great motivation as she left the house. Okay, so she said as she made up her mind to leave the house, but Yui was already starting to regret it. She was so ashamed to go out all alone without concealing her white hair. Perhaps it was because it was lunchtime during spring break, but when she walked out onto the street, there were a good number of kids around her age walking around. Although Yuma told me not to worry about what others say about me and stay confident, I couldn't help but be wary of those around me. I felt it. The stares of everyone all around me. The whispers. It's okay. It's okay. I repeated this to myself over and over in my head. Unpleasant sweat was trickling down behind my back. My chest was so tight I felt like I was going to choke if I was not careful. I took in deep breaths slowly and pushed myself to go forward. Almost there. I'm almost to the apartment where Yuma lives. Yui constantly repeated this over and over in her head. Actually, I was going to wait at the entrance until Yuma came out, but I'll call him and ask him to come out and help me. So until then, hang in there, just a little more me. But then, in front of her stood a group of 3 girls her age. She felt scared even though they were about the same age. She didn't want to get any closer to them, to be frank. However, she had no way of escape. The trio was spread out all across the sidewalk. There was nowhere to run. Yui just stood rooted on the ground, wondering to herself, what should I do? As she did so, she ended up standing in front of the trio, blocking their way. It was her fault for blocking their way, but Yui herself knew it all too well. Even if she were to keep out of their line of sight, they would still stare at her, whether she liked it or not. Your hair is all white. Weird. Gross. As if they were having a normal everyday conversation. They said this in a light tone. These were the type of people who wouldn't mind saying such things. People like that are not worth worrying about. Even though Yui knew this, she felt her chest tighten, and her breathing started to become more ragged. The thing that just happened to her earlier was something that happened in the past as well. It was a case of bullying. Memories of that time started to flash back through her head. I can't breathe. Hypopnea. It was a condition caused by extreme anxiety or nervousness. Yui knew this condition all too well. Despite finding a good day to go to school despite her frail body, Yui's high school days ended due to this symptom. When Yui was in elementary school, she was bullied, which caused this symptom to appear. As a result, she became increasingly anxious that these symptoms would occur again. That anxiety contributed to her being more vulnerable to it, making Yui fall into a vicious cycle. The opportunities to go to school, which were few, became even fewer. The last time I went out was a long time ago. So I thought I was cured, but I didn't think I would relapse just because of a few words like that. Yui was starting to get a little dizzy. Her eyes were rolling back. Her legs began to wobble, and then it happened. She collapsed on the spot. Hey, isn't that a little bad? I don't know. Out of the corner of her eye, all the girls from earlier started running away. Breathe. How do I? What should I do? Help. It hurts. Why Yuma, help. Before I knew it, I found myself calling out for Yuma. My head was in pain. The scenery around me was spinning round and round in circles. Yui. That voice. Is that Yuma? Yui was startled, and she gently opened her eyes. Yuma was right before me. I hugged Yuma as if I were clinging to him. I knew how to deal with the symptoms, and then I buried my face in Yuma's chest. Calm yourself down and take a deep breath. Try to breathe slowly. Yuma gently rubbed my back. It had a gentle feeling to it, making me feel safe. A few minutes later, my symptoms had settled down safely. Are you okay? Yes, thank you. I let go of Yuma and noticed him staring at me worriedly. I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I let Yuma see this unseemly side of myself. Ow. I looked at my knee and saw that it was scraped and soaked with blood. There seemed to be a rock on the ground where he had kneeled earlier. Did you get hurt? Let me take care of it. It's okay. This much is nothing. I can't allow that. Even if it's a small injury, the moment it gets infected, you're in deep trouble. Yuma scolded me lightly as he took me to the nearby park. I washed my wounds at a water fountain in the park and was made to sit on a bench so that Yuma could apply adhesive bandages on me. You carry adhesive bandages with you? My sister insists that I carry tissues, handkerchiefs, and bandages with me at all times. Sounds like my mum. I wanted to have a cheerful conversation with Yuma to show him that I was fine, but it had the complete opposite effect. My voice was trembling, and it sounded as if it was about to fade away at the very end. I didn't want him to see me like this. I wanted to go to Yuma's apartment by myself and show him that I had overcome a significant portion of my complex. I wanted him to praise me. I wanted him to be happy. Ever since I started playing and going out with Yuma every day, I thought that I was getting better than before, but it was no use at all. I couldn't do anything on my own. Nothing had changed at all. When I think about it, I feel so miserable that I want to cry. What happened? It's nothing. My voice was trembling. Yuma was looking at me worriedly. On one hand, I wanted Yuma to leave me alone and go back home. On the other hand, if Yuma were to return home from here, I might get stared at again by the others around me. I want to be left alone, but deep down, I also want to be comforted. I'm so pathetic. My feelings were in disarray. If you don't like it, I'll stay here beside you. If you want to talk, I'm always here for you. Yuma said such a thing as if he knew how I really felt. Even though I didn't utter a single word, Yuma still sat down next to me. He was genuinely concerned about me. That's right. We can do it in the chat room like we always do. I was so panicked that I even forgot my smartphone existed. I'll tell Yuma what happened. But before that, I need to show him that I'm fine, so that he needn't worry so much. Yui took out her phone and typed in the characters. After that, she hit send. Soon after, a pecan sound sounded from Yuma's phone as he received the message. Yuma, can I talk to you? He replied, of course, to my message. I tried my best to get to Yuma's apartment, but on the way there, I met a group of Jaiari-like chicks! And then they started laughing at me, calling me names, such as weird and creepy. Those people really don't think about other people's feelings, do they? She continued. I truly understood in my head that there were people like that. But when they started calling me names, my mind went blank. And then I couldn't breathe. I was so frustrated, yet I couldn't say anything back to them. It hurts so much. Why must I be so pathetic? A drop of water fell on Yui's phone. Is it the rain? Am I crying? Before I knew it, my eyes were overflowing, and I couldn't stop. No, no. Why? Yuma patted me on the back and gently comforted me. It felt embarrassing, as if I was being treated like a small child. And yet, for some reason, these tears of mine wouldn't stop flowing. After that, Yuma sent me home. I was so embarrassed to have Yuma see me like this, but I'm relieved that Yuma was worried about me and that he's taking me back home. My mind is getting all messed up. Hey, don't worry about it too much, okay? In front of the house, Yuma comforted me as we parted ways. They're simply morons who don't know what they're saying. I knew that. Yet, I couldn't. My mind was a mess, and then, don't tell me that like you know what I'm talking about! The next thing I knew, I found myself saying such things. Why Yui? I'm just a weird girl. An ordinary person such as Yuma has no way of understanding how I feel. After I said it, I realized even if I had considered it, I should never have said anything like that. Sorry. Yuma apologized with a pained look on his face as he mumbled, No, don't apologize. I'm the one who needs to say sorry. And yet, not even a single word came out. I couldn't even let out a single I'm sorry. It was as if I'd forgotten how to speak. Then, I'll be taking my leave. With that, Yuma turned his back towards me. Wait. I tried shouting with all my might, but nothing came out. I wanted to hold him. I wanted to hug him, but my body wouldn't move. And then Yuma left without further ado. Chapter 4, Adolescence and the Passing Rain. Oh, Yuma, you're home already? Nen, who was at home on her day off from work today, was puzzled by Yuma's early return. I'm home. What's wrong? Did you and Schwarz get into a fight or something? No, that's not the case. It's just, I'm sorry. I just need to be alone for a moment. Oh, okay. I feel bad for making Nen worried, but honestly, I'm not very confident that I can speak cheerfully right now. I went back to my bed and collapsed on my bed. As I did, I rolled over and stared up at the ceiling in a daze. Yui's painful expression. I couldn't get it out of my mind. My mind was in a fog. My body was as heavy as lead. To be honest, I never thought I would feel so damaged seeing Yui depressed. I failed. Yui was so positive about overcoming her communicative disorder, and I thought it was working, but I rushed her too much. Because school was starting soon, she tried to cope with it, and in the end, she got hurt. Damn it, it was frustrating. I wanted to hit the people who laughed at Yui for having a slightly different hair color as hard as I could. Yui had done nothing wrong, so why should she have to go through such a painful experience just because she went out for a while? And most of all, I'm angry at myself for not being able to do anything for Yui when she was crying. Yui is my best friend, and she is like a sister to me. She was crying because of such an outrageous situation, but I couldn't do anything about it. Unable to control my emotions, I swung my fist down on the bed as hard as I could. I don't know what I should do from now on. In fact, I couldn't even understand all of Yui's feelings. Will I hurt her again? That's what I kept thinking. I wanted to do something about Yui's communicative disorder before school began. So I let her work hard at it, and in the end, this was the result. I really don't know what I should do. I was on the bed, gazing up at the ceiling as I was at a loss for words. And that's when it happened. There was a knock on the door, but before I could even answer, the door opened, and Nen walked in. Ani-chan, please leave little old me alone for now, Yada. Nen smiled and said that. I thought about kicking her out, but I didn't have the energy. While she was doing this, Nen hurriedly took off her slippers and climbed onto the bed. Following that, she sat upright and tapped her knee. Yu-kun, will you come here? I'd like to give you a lap pillow. I got a little annoyed and glared at Nen. However, she responded with the same smirk on her face. The two of us aren't related by blood, but we were siblings. This was the first time I'd ever seen her face look like this, but I could tell by the look on her face that she wasn't joking around. She was actually worried about me. Yu-kun, you've got a lot on your mind, and it's been bothering you. Am I right? That's when you're alone in the dark, your thoughts tend to go in the wrong direction. In such cases, you should always turn to someone close to you, and the one closest to you at the moment is me. I'll listen to you as much as you want. Nen then patted herself on the knee again. Come on, Yu-kun, give up and lie on my lap. I won't move from here, even if you threaten me. I'll wait till you break. I smiled bitterly and let out a small sigh. I would probably feel a little more relaxed if I did this. Thinking so, I gave up and placed my head on Nen's lap. She covered my eyes with her hand while smiling kindly. Fufu, it's been a while since we've done skin-to-skin contact like this, right? See, you've got some wrinkles between your eyes. As Nen said this, she began moving her fingers to stretch out the wrinkles between my eyes. It felt good, as the muscles around my eyes were being massaged by such warm hands. Hey, Yu-kun, why don't you tell me what you can tell me? What happened? I don't know if I can be of any help, but if talking to me will make you feel any better, then you should do it. Come on, Yu-kun, why don't you talk to me? Nen pinched my cheeks while saying this. This isn't good. I'm starting to feel maternal towards my older sister. Well, what can I say? Ani-chan, being the only elder one in this situation, that's kind of sly, don't you think? Fufu, well, I'm your Ani-chan after all. At least, when my cute little brother is feeling depressed. And so, I spoke roughly about what has happened so far. My best friend, Schwarz, had a complex over her communicative disorder and her white hair, and she was trying her hardest to overcome it. However, she got hurt trying to cope with it all by herself. Ara, you really care about this Schwarz-kun, don't you? I'm starting to get a little jealous. but I was in a hurry and made her rush things and muff. She covered my mouth with her fingers. It's forbidden to say things that make you want to blame yourself. So I'll do this to that evil mouth of yours. As Nen said this, she nuzzled her face against mine. It feels kind of soothing to be pampered like this. Well, this may be something that may make you wanna push me away, but I don't think this is something you should be thinking about. Schwarz tried his best and failed. You both got depressed and quarreled a little, but isn't it? You just tried to say but, didn't you? You really do love Schwarz, don't you? Giggling, Nen paused for a moment before continuing. So let me ask you, do you think he's going to stay depressed? Are you really sure that he wants to quit now? Do you really think Schwarz, who dared to meet up with you, will? I was surprised to hear that. That's right. How could I have forgotten about it until now? It was Yui who said that she wanted to come meet me, who said that she wanted to overcome her communicative disorder, and who said to me, let's be friends again. Given Yui's situation, it takes a lot of courage to do just that. But even so, Yui took a step forward. If it's a friend you care about, you can trust them, right? Yes, he's a brave boy, that Schwarz. Don't worry, he just fell down a little. He'll get up and start walking again soon. You, his best friend, have to believe in him. Yeah, I think it's fine if Yuu-kun remains the one to be pulling Schwarz-kun's hand. I'm sure there'll be many stumbling blocks in the future for you two to overcome. But the friendship you two have isn't so small that it can be broken by something like this. Am I right? Yuma sat up. He felt the sinking feeling in his chest lighten up a little, but then, his face grew hot at the immediate thought of him laying down on a lap pillow. Well, thanks for the talk, Ani-chan. It cheered me up quite a bit. You're welcome. I have to be an Ani-chan once in a while, after all. Maybe you've fallen in love with me? You're too old to be thinking that. Yuu-kun, if you have anything else to say, I'll take that as a declaration of war. Then the both of them burst out laughing at one another. The gloomy depression from earlier was now gone from Yuma's smile. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to go to Schwarz-kun's home and make up with him? Yeah, I thought about what I should do. She seemed depressed, and I didn't know what to say to her, but then, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. I heard the sound of rain hitting the window. Rain? The weather forecast said it wouldn't rain, though. In the meantime, the number of raindrops began to increase in number, and in no time at all, it started pouring down. Oh no, I left my futon drying on the balcony. Seriously? I'll take it in. I quickly leapt out of bed and made my way to the balcony. The moment I went out to the balcony, I could see that the rain was utterly pouring down, and the futon was already moist. When I lifted it up, it felt a little heavy. I find it pretty fortunate that it rained while I was here, since it would be too heavy for my sister to take it in all by herself. Me and my sister stayed on the upper floors of the apartment building. As I was taking in the futon, I looked down the cityscape, and saw a white figure standing there. Yui, hiding in the shadows of the rain. Yui, without an umbrella, steadily approached the apartment complex where I was staying. What's wrong? Sorry, but I need to do this. Exclamation mark. I threw the futon that I had taken into Nen and ran out of the house. I ran to the elevator hall and tried to push the elevator button, but it was currently out of order. Without hesitation, I headed for the stairs, swearing in my mind that I would fix this damn thing as soon as possible. I ran down to the first floor, skipping a step every time I ran down and headed outside. Yui stood rooted in the same place. When she saw Yuma, she looked a little surprised. Yuma? Yui, what are you doing? Sorry. Before Yuma could say anything else, Yui bowed deeply and said so. I'm sorry for saying those horrible things. I'm sorry I took it out on you and made you feel bad. Yuma didn't do anything wrong, but she sounded more desperate than I had ever heard her before. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not worried about it. Look at me. See? I told her soothingly and let her raise her head for a moment. Did you come here alone? Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? I said something terrible. That's why Yuma had such a painful face, so I have to apologize. We could have a chat about that if you want. I wanted to say it to you in person, And I also wanted to ask you again. Ask me? Yui nodded and took a breath. I know this may sound brazen, but please help me get over my communicative disorder. I want to overcome my communicative disorder and go to school with you, Yuma. Yui continued in a desperate voice. Because I love Yuma. He's my first friend, he's my big brother, and I'm always so happy when I play with him. That's why. I want to go to high school with you. I want to take classes with you. I want us to eat our lunches together. I want us to go on school trips together. It will definitely be fun. And I'd be even happier if you enjoyed it with me. Huh? Yui seemed so desperate that she lost sight of her landing spot, and then, her voice began to tremble, but her feelings were fully conveyed to me. I was so happy. Yui. Hiya. I was so overcome with emotion that I hugged Yui. After doing it, I started to think, isn't this really bad? But Yui herself didn't find this uncomfortable, and she placed her hand on my back. I'm so happy right now. Why are you so happy about this, Yuma? Of course, I'd be happy if my best friend said that to me. I was so happy about what she said earlier that I almost cried. I really love this girl so much. But it can't be helped since I actually love her. We had a lot of fun playing together, and I was also happy to see Yui having fun as well. She was my best friend and also my cute little sister. I want to spend my high school life with her. Once again, I sincerely felt that way. Going to and fro to school together, taking classes together, eating lunches together, going on school trips together. Yeah, it'll definitely be fun. And if Yui enjoys it too, that'll be even greater. Up until now, I've always been trying to help Yui, my best friend, overcome her communicative disorder and complexes. But from now on, it's for both of us. We made up our minds to do our best so that we could have a pleasant high school life together. Well, we should probably get going. Yeah. Once I regained my composure, I immediately felt embarrassed about our quick embrace. Flustered, I let go of her body. But then, I saw something shocking. I immediately hugged Yui's body again. Hold on. Why Yuma? Clothes. Your clothes. Clothes? Yui pulled herself away from me slightly to look at her clothes. It was relatively warm today, and Yui was wearing a thinner white blouse than usual. Wet in the rain. Her pale pink bra was clearly transparent. After confirming her condition, Yui hugged me again. I don't know what to do. Yui's bra was simple and plain, which was typical of Yui. Yuma will soon be a high school student. He's had some exposure to sexuality, so he had some degree of flexibility. When it came to a situation like this was literally on a different level compared to manga. Having real, same-age underwear pressed against my body was a disaster. I only saw it for a moment, but I couldn't get it out of my head. What should I do? I can't let her go home like this. It's too embarrassing. Even if this person is not Yui hiding somewhere in the rain, I wondered what to do. Where? Besides, Yui is physically weak, and I don't want her to get too wet. Should I take her to my house to take a shower and lend her a change of clothes, considering the distance? But the elevator's broken, and there's a good chance that someone passing by on the way up the stairs may see Yui as she is now. I'd hate that. I hate that so much. But this isn't about me. This is about Yui. Yui, can I give you a piggyback ride to my house? I'm thinking of giving you a piggyback ride to my house, unless you'd hate that. But at least it can hide that transparency, and I can't see it as well, so it's at least better than walking back home normally. If it's okay with Yuma, then please. Yui let go of my body. I turned away from her, looking away so that I couldn't see the transparency in her clothes. She hesitantly wrapped her arms round my neck from behind and hugged my back. Yui's chest is more on the modest side, but now that our clothes are wet and clinging to each other's skin, I couldn't help but be aware of that feeling when I'm being hugged like this. It was a close call. If Yui's chest had been any larger, I would have died instantly. Okay, then I'll lift you up. Just hold on tight, okay? I placed my hands on Yui's thighs. Piggybacking her, I grabbed her thighs. It's so soft! This was more than I had imagined. It was so soft that I couldn't imagine it from her thigh's slender appearance. Moreover, Yui is clinging to me tightly, and I felt something soft and fluffy press against my back. She smelled nice. I died instantly. Why Yuma? Are you okay? Am I too heavy? Why yeah, I'm okay, but I'm kind of shaking. Are you sure I'm not too heavy? Why yeah, I am fine. My voice trailed off slightly, trying not to think of anything else as much as possible. I entered the apartment complex and climbed up the stairs. Yui was pretty light, so physically, she was fine. But mentally, she was dying inside. I have never resented a broken elevator so much in my life. Oh yeah, as I was climbing up the stairs, I called home and briefly explained the situation. So I'm taking Schwarz back home with me, but I know, that's okay. Schwarz-kun's hair is white, so you don't want me to mention that, am I right? Oh, well, yeah. In fact, there was one more important thing, but I just couldn't bring myself to say anything about that. I've always wanted to meet this Schwarz-kun you keep talking about, so I'll be looking forward to it. I'll be waiting for you then. Yeah. Somehow, I managed to climb the stairs and opened the door to my house. I'm home, I'm coming. Nen came to the door and greeted me with a smile on her face. Welcome back, and welcome, Schwarz-kun. You can take your time and settle D. She stopped her words mid-sentence. She looked at Yui, who I was carrying, and her eyes widened. Pretending to be oblivious to Nen's condition, I sat Yui down. The bathroom is at the end of the hallway. I'll bring you a change of clothes later, so go ahead and take a shower. Ah, yeah. Yui bowed to Nen once and quickly walked through the side of the room. And as Yui disappeared towards the bathroom, Nen peeked her eyes out at me. Hey, Yui-kun. I've never heard of Schwarz being a girl. Well, I didn't tell you. So up till now, a young man and woman have been spending their time alone together in a private room at an internet cafe, and now he's piggybacking her, skin to skin as a matter of course. Are you guys dating? You guys must be dating. Kaya. Wait, please don't misunderstand. It's nothing like that. Just what do you mean? I'm not pretending. Ugh. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want something like this to happen. Anyway, I'll go get her a change of clothes. After Yuma said this, he escaped to his room. Once in the room, Yuma lightly wiped his body with a towel, changed his clothes, and then found some clothes to lend to Yui. For now, the jersey I used to wear is fine, right? I had some leftover clothes from my junior high years. The mere thought of Yui wearing this leaves me a little distressed. But I shook it off and headed to the bathroom. If this were a manga, I would have had a lucky and embarrassing break with Yui taking off her clothes here, but I don't intend to do that in real life. That would be way too awkward. I already felt a little guilty about what I had done previously. I carefully checked that Yui had started to shower and went to the changing room. Yui, I'll lend you my jersey, for now, so you can wear this until your clothes dry. Thank you. In the background of the shower water, I heard Yui's reply. The door to the bathroom. I could see Yui's skin-colored silhouette behind the frosted glass. Naturally, when you're taking a shower, you're naked. So that means, right now, on the other side of this thin door, is Yui. I nearly imagined it, but I hurriedly shook my head to shake off my worldly desires. Ever since I've carried her on my back, I've been thinking in that direction. Yuma is a boy. He is also in the midst of puberty. Naturally, he has as much interest in it and desires as anyone else. He tried not to look, but he couldn't help but glance a little. He couldn't help but imagine what Yui looked like on the other side of the frosted glass. Yui-kun. What? Making a strange noise as someone called out to him from behind. He turned back and found Nen looking at him with a grin on her face. What are you doing here in a place like this? Just bringing a change of clothes, that's about it? Oh really now? I thought you were going to take a peek in the bath. Do I look like the kind of person who would do that? I see. I guess that means you don't have to peek since she would already show you if you asked. No, that's not true. That's not how it is between Yui and me. Yui. I see. Her name is Yui. At least you both are already close enough to be calling each other by your names. Ani-chan. Do me a lifelong favor and stay in your room, please. Ara, was I being too mean to you? Fufafu. It's okay. I have no intention of interfering in the relationship between you both. Take all the time you need, Yuu-kun. With that said, Nen returned to her room. Man, I'm so tired. After a while, Yui came out of the shower. Thank you for letting me use the shower. She was dressed in the jersey from my junior high days. Of course, there was nothing sexy about it, but seeing a girl wear a man's clothes that are too big for her is kinda cute in itself. I also feel a little nervous seeing a girl wear my clothes. Yui, on the other hand, looked restless and fidgety. It was probably the first time she had ever been to a friend's house, let alone a boy's house. She looked nervous and shrunk down as if her oversized jersey buried her. Seeing this, Yuma felt somewhat embarrassed as well. This was the first ever time that Yuma brought back a girl his age to his house. Corn potage, the instant one. Do you want some? I want some. All right. Just sit down and wait for me. I made my way to the kitchen to prepare some corn potage for the both of us. It was pretty easy to make since all I had to do was pour in some hot water. When I returned to the living room after pouring some hot water for myself and Yui, I found her sitting on the chair waiting for me. Here. Be careful. It's hot. Thanks. The moment I placed it down on the table, Yui went for it without hesitation and started sipping as if to nibble on it. Oh ouch. Are you okay? I told you to be careful. It's hot. This time, she carefully blew on it and then, she took another sip. Delicious. Yui seems to have finally calmed down as she let out a relieved sigh. It's kind of cute seeing her like that, with that drooling expression of hers. But, to be honest, it was a little awkward between the both of us with how things had transpired earlier. I sat in front of Yui as I secretly observed her without saying a word. When I cooled down, I realized that I must have done some pretty nasty things, like hugging her, giving her a piggyback ride, and taking her into my house. Yui was also a girl, and she probably didn't like being treated like that, especially by a male. Feeling a little uneasy, I brought some corn potage to my mouth. Ouch. I was so distracted thinking about Yui that I carelessly placed my entire mouth on the bowl. Yui, seeing this, let out a small chuckle. Feeling his cheeks heat up, Yuma slowly drinks the corn potage, carefully blowing on it this time. Yui followed suit and drank the corn potage as if she was nibbling on it. Then, Yui took out her smartphone. As usual, Yuma also took out his smartphone, waiting for her message. Yuma, you have an older sister? Yeah, but it's not like we're related by blood or anything. We only just started living together recently. So she feels more like an old friend rather than a sister. My parents basically remarried, so my sister and I are both stepchildren. So, she's like your sister-in-law? What's with that gal game-like setting? Don't call it a gal game, but you live under the same roof as your sister, who's not related by blood. You'll definitely raise some flags. See, can you stop? Hey. Are you sure there isn't anything between you and your older sister? I'm a big fan of that kind of thing. Don't put two-dimensional beings and three-dimensional beings in the same category. It doesn't matter how many people you live with. You're never going to raise any flags. Eh? Then what about Yuma's mum and dad? Are they living with you? Oh, my parents aren't home right now. They went abroad for work, so it's basically just my sister and me. It's eroge. Girls like you shouldn't be talking about any eroge games. As we continued chatting like this, our eyes met. It was as if our eyes communicated with each other, and suddenly our worrying about this and that became ridiculous, and we both burst out laughing. After that, I took Yui back home and came back again. I lay down on my bed as I thought about the future. At any rate, I'm glad that Yui is feeling better. In addition, the rain solidified our friendship. It feels as if we're one step closer as friends, or best friends, I could say. I'm honestly very happy about that. But, if I don't do anything about that, it'll be a repeat of what happened last time. As of now, Yui has come to a point where she can go out more or less by herself as long as someone accompanies her. But that's not enough. For now, Yui just has to put up with it and be able to walk out. And in order to do so, Yui needs to have confidence in herself. I think it's because Yui has low self-esteem. That must be why she had this complex her entire life. If that's the case, then I'd like it if she could overcome that complex. I'd like to make her lighten up a bit, but I don't know what I should do. If I push her too hard, I might end up hurting her again. I don't ever want to see Yui like that again. I continued to think about this and that, and a thought came to me. I got up from my bed, left my room, and headed towards my sister's Nen's room. Taking a deep breath, I knocked on the door. "Ani-chan, can I come in?" "Come in." When I opened the door, Nen was sitting on the bed playing with their phone, dressed roughly in a shirt and shorts. But when she saw my face, she sat upright on the bed. "What's wrong? You look serious." "I have a request." With that said, Yuma bowed his head. Chapter 5 Complex and the Female Knight. "I think I'd like to go somewhere different today if that's okay." Why yes. It was noon of the next day, a day after yesterday's incident, in front of Yui's house. Yui looked relieved that I had come to pick her up as usual, but as soon as I said that, she was immediately worried. "This isn't our usual internet cafe, right?" "Yeah, that's right. Can't we just stay at our usual internet cafe? It's a little scary to go elsewhere." Yui looked as anxious as a frightened little animal. Seeing her like this, I felt like indulging her, but I held back. Just to reconfirm, Yui still wants to overcome her communicative disorder. And she wants my help with that, right? "Yes, okay, and you've gotten pretty used to me over the last few days. Am I right?" "Yeah. At least I don't get nervous and lose my voice anymore, right?" It reminded me of the day we first met. Really, it was such a mess at that time, and now, she could look me in the eye and talk to me. That alone was a very big improvement. But at the same time, I don't think we can make any more progress if we continue as we are. I was originally a friend of Yui's from the start, so I was able to fit in easily. But as of now, other people are still tough. I can't help but get nervous whenever she's in front of others. A particular problem was Yui's complex in regards to her white hair. Even if she doesn't completely overcome it, I need her to do a little better in order to move forward. I want to help her feel a little more confident about herself. Hadn't I told you that I used to be bad at communicating, too? Eh? You did? Yeah. Well, what can I say? I was the same as you, and I wanted to make friends with you while we were playing games together. Ahahi. Yui showed a shy, bashful smile. "I'm so happy. Yuma was the same as me." "Well, yeah. But were you really bad at communicating?" "From the very first time I met you, I always thought you were a very communicative person." Well, that's because I was blessed with the people around me, such as my sister and others. My sister is a very communicative person, you see. Don't you remember seeing her yesterday?" "Yes." "So, if it's okay with you, I'd like you to meet my sister, or at least get to know her. What do you think?" Yui lowered her eyes, looking a little uneasy. "Is it really okay? Will Yuma's sister think that my hair is weird or something?" "No, it's absolutely fine. You can stay rest assured about that." Yui's eyes fluttered as Yuma answered immediately. "Are you sure it's going to be okay?" "Yeah. In fact, I've already told her about the situation, and she's been very enthusiastic about it, saying that I should bring you over." "Oh, but of course, if you don't like it, I won't force you to do it, so there's that." I think it's okay." Yui looked frightened, but she still said so. "If Yuma says it's okay, then I'll believe in him." I could feel Yui's trust in me. I felt my cheeks heating up, which made me happy but somewhat embarrassed. "All right, let's go then." Section. Our destination was a little far from the bustling station area. It was quite a distance away, so we took the bus. After about 10 minutes on the bus, we came off and headed to Yeah, I thought you'd react that way given this was a hair salon after all. A little outside the city's center lay a privately owned beauty salon called World Breaker. As always, the name sounded like the special move of a boss, which made Yuma chuckle. The signboard depicted beautiful girls fighting with scissors and combs. I wonder how many people would be able to recognize this as a hair salon at first glance. And next to the entrance was a sign that read, "For those who want to change themselves, now's the time." On the other hand, there was a picture of a girl with beautifully braided hair, bleeding and fighting. I wonder what kind of change is this? Rather, isn't this change a little too much in the wrong direction? Yui looked up at me with a subtle, drawn-out expression. Here? This is a proper hair salon, okay? You don't have to look so anxious, but it says it's for private use." "Yeah, They did that for us. Eh? Are you sure about that, Yuma? The money. It's okay. My sister's the one who runs this place. Well, I was surprised when she insisted on reserving the place entirely for us. Your sister's the one managing the store? Yeah. She may be a little pushy and quirky, but she's definitely a good person, so you don't have to worry about anything. Why yeah. I smiled as much as I could so as not to make Yui nervous. Even though I said that, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. My sister has an extreme difference when it comes to being reliable and not being reliable. I chuckled a little, remembering all the things I've done in the past. However, I couldn't just stand here forever, so I pushed open the glass door at the entrance. Ojamashimasu. Unlike the overly unique exterior of the store, the inside of the store was a stylish cafe-like barbering space. Yui came in after me, looking around nervously. She was not accustomed to this kind of place. While hiding behind my back, she scanned the area curiously. Ani-chan, are you here? Yes, I'm coming. When I called out to the back of the store, a cheerful voice answered. However, despite this, I could hear the sound of clanking, along with some scraping metal footsteps. Then, a woman wearing a full-face helmet and dress armor appeared from the back of the store. Yui froze. I placed my face with my hands as if I didn't want to face reality. The kind of dress armor that my sister was wearing was the kind you could only see in manga or anime. It's the kind of thing supposed to protect your vitals, but why was her chest area exposed? That dress armor just makes you want to poke your head in. Her head was covered with a rugged full-face helmet. Her hand was equipped with a giant sword made of papier-mâché, which was as tall as she was. This was the look of Nen's favorite anime character. Ha 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 ha. I've been waiting for you. Now it's time to put an end to our war that's been going on since the last time I saw you. What? Yui started panicking when she was suddenly asked to take a specific pose. Well, that's understandable. What are you even doing? What? Well, I heard that she's the type of person who gets nervous in front of other people, so I thought I'd ease her nerves. Also, first impressions are important, aren't they? And what makes you think this is a good first impression? Yuu-kun's eyes are cold. Just take off the helmet for now. It's well made, but it's too ugly looking. Yui's scared of it. Okay, she replied and took her off her helmet. Out from inside came a woman with beautifully braided blonde hair and an innocent smile resembling that of a naughty child. It was Nen, my older sister. Yui was hiding behind my back, looking at her cautiously. Sure enough, she looked pretty frightened, but I didn't think she'd make that much of an impact. Yui, are you okay? I am fine. Yui fearfully emerged from my back. Hello, Yui-chan. My little brother's been taking care of me. I'm Suizaki Nen. Nice to meet you. Nen said so and held out her hand. Yui looked up in a panic and waited for Yuma's confirmation. Yuma nodded, and she shook her hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Kamishiero Yui. Nen gazed at Yui as she shook her hand. You're so cute. Mugyu? Nen tugged on Yui's hand and brought it towards her flabby chest. Yui was drowning in her breasts as she was jiggled around. Yuu-kun, how is this girl so cute? She's got this frightened, little animal look that's right up my alley. Hey, can I take her home with me? Can I? Of course not. What are you talking about? No? I see. I don't know how I should react if you look that stumped. When Nen released Yui from her chest, she ran back to my back, whimpering. Why Yuma? She pulled out her phone and looked over at me. It seems that she was so flustered that she lost her voice. Seeing that she wanted to chat with me, I took out my phone as well. I had already explained the situation to Nen beforehand, so she watched over Yui and me without saying anything. Yuma, is this person okay? She's not going to eat me, is she? No, I think it's fine. Maybe. Why don't you sound confident about that? Or rather, she's an obscene older sister? Isn't she the kind of naughty older sister you only see in mangas? It definitely looks something like that. But could you please be more subtle about it? As we were talking about this, Yui suddenly noticed something. Yuma, do you like your sister after all? What are you talking about? Isn't that a standard thing to do when your parents get remarried and bring home a naughty older sister? Standard? Well, actually, there was a time when I longed for her, There was a time when I was in agony over all the teasing. It's no use. Junior high school boys just can't compete with breasts like that. And that was when. So this is what you're like when you chat, Yui-chan. You're a really funny and interesting girl. Before I knew it, Nen was looking at my phone. Hey, isn't it a breach of etiquette to look at other people's phones without permission? Oh well. By the way, do you actually like me, Yui-kun? Well, if you're actually into it, I might consider it, you know, she happily said and crossed her arms, showing off her ample breasts in a generous manner. Her ample chest peeked out from her clothes, and I couldn't help but glance at them. By the way, I won't tell her this even if it kills me, but the reason why I fell in love with older women with big breasts in high school was due to the fact that I met Nen. I was just an adolescent boy during that time, so it was a little too stimulating for me. Yui-kun, to look at your older sister's breast so much, it's embarrassing, you know. No, that's wrong! Exclamation mark. But Yui-kun's also a boy. There's no other way then. Why don't you try squeezing them? No, I won't do that. You foo, I love that kind of innocent reaction. No, please forgive me. I was already getting a little tired somehow. Nen chuckled and now turned her attention to Yui. So, Yui-chan, you like anime and games too, don't you, Yui? I like them too, so let's be friends. Why yes. So, Yui-chan, are you interested in roses and lilies? I am not much of a flower person. So that's not what I meant, is it? Oh well, I'll just lend you a recommendation later when I have more time, okay? Why yes. Yui has been overwhelmed by Nen's momentum since a while ago. Nen, on the other hand, seemed to be in a good mood. Humming, she walked behind Yui and lightly pushed her shoulder. Well, let's get going then. Going? Where? Well, this is a hair salon. I'm going to cut your hair, so you can sit on that chair. The mention of hair clearly made Yui's body tense and stiffened. Nen saw this and smiled gently. I've heard about your situation. You have a complex about your white hair, and you get embarrassed when other people see it, don't you? Yui nodded her head hesitantly. I know what you mean. It's scary to be different, isn't it? But is that why you've given up on dressing up? If you dress up nicely, it will make you feel more confident, you know? But I'm a professional in this field, so even though we've never met before, can you trust me? Don't worry, I won't let you regret it. Okay? Yui looked over at me as if to say, what should I do? Don't worry. My sister may be like this, but you can trust her. Yui-kun, you're so rude, but he's right. I'm very good at what I do, so don't worry about that. Yui still looked anxious and gave me a sullen look. Why Yuma? I want you to stay by my side. It's been a long time since I've had my hair cut in a store, so I'm a little nervous. Wait, how do you usually cut your hair? Oh, I had my father or mother do it. Or I just do it myself. Oh my, well then, I guess I have a big responsibility. It's all about making the customers feel relaxed. What about you? If you want, I can give you a haircut too, Yui-kun. My hair's still growing. Okay. Now you fufu. It's been a while since I've cut your hair. And so the two of us stood side by side, and the haircut began. Yui, who had the cloth wrapped around her neck like a cloak, was still scared and stiff, and as she froze on the chair. If you're feeling nervous, you can chat with Yui-kun, okay? It'll make you feel more relaxed, right? Here. When she handed Yui the phone she had left on the luggage rack, she fluttered and glanced at me. Additionally, I received my phone and gave a slight nod before I started chatting. I haven't been to a hair salon in a really long time, so I'm nervous. After such a message, I receive a stamp of a teary-eyed anime character. Sorry, did I push you too hard? That's fine, but why did you bring me all the way to the beauty parlor? There are several reasons, but most of all, I just felt that my own strength was inadequate. So I felt frustrated. Inadequate? Frustrated? You said I don't know how you're feeling, right? You were worried about that? It's really just something I said, so don't worry about it. I'd rather be the one feeling sorry for myself. No, I don't think you really understand what I'm trying to say. Despite knowing about your complex, I still tried to make you bear your embarrassment so that you could walk out the door. But truth is, I should have tried to make you like yourself more. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? It's nothing more than an old complex. I'll say it again. You're really cute. I heard Yui screaming strangely next to me. Huey. I also felt my face getting hot, but I continued. I was really frustrated that someone who didn't know you well was saying whatever he wanted and hurting you when you were really a cute and interesting girl. But no amount of words from me will convince you, so I thought I'd get you cleaned up here and make you admit that you're pretty. My face was getting hotter and hotter as I typed that. This is bad. I'm getting more and more embarrassed as I type this. Isn't this a very embarrassing thing for me to say? I don't want to go back and read what I've typed. I sent her a stamp of an anime character blushing and hiding his face with his hand as a sign that I was too embarrassed to go any further. When I didn't get a reply for a while, I glanced to the side and saw that Yui had also covered her face with her hand, just like the stamp I had sent earlier. Me too. In fact, I used to hate myself. After a while, I received such a reply, but after playing with you every day, I'm starting to like myself a little bit more. I was able to meet Yuma in real life and tell him that I wanted to be his friend. I could feel my heart burning at those words. I glanced to the side again and saw that Yui's face was also red, but she was still trying her best to type the message. I have a lot of complexes, and there were times when I even wondered why I was born this way. But I was brave enough to become best friends with Yuma, and I love myself now. I also love Yuma. After that message, an anime stamp with the sticker I love you was subsequently sent. I'm glad. I'm so happy that she cared so much about our friendship. I tried to send a message saying, I'm glad to be your friend too, but I suddenly noticed that Nen had stopped moving her hands. Ani-chan, this isn't good, Yu-kun. I'm so full of respect that I feel like I'm going to die a noble death. Don't tell me. You've been stealing glances at our phones again? Nen hugged me from behind, feeling something at the back of my head, a munching sensation. I instinctively screamed. Nen quickly pulled away from me and hugged Yui this time. This time, Yui let out an inaudible scream and jittered. That's impossible. I just can't. I'm really weak to this kind of thing. If anything, this is even more precious than the time I've seen Yu-kun at his unsociable period. That once timid boy brought back such a cute girlfriend and worked so hard for her. Ha, God. No, it isn't like that with Yui and me. Oh, sorry. As of now, you're still friends. That's right. That's okay. Ani-chan loves that kind of thing too. Nen was already in a state of ecstasy. It took her about 10 minutes for the work to resume. The look on her face was unusually serious, as if she was uncomfortable being that way at work. I'm sorry, Yui-chan. That's how I get when I become excited. Oh, but I am pretty glad that you're complimenting Yuma and me on our relationship. Oh no, are you trying to kill me, Yui-chan? You're going to make me go Kyan again. Calm down me. Nen continued to work while mumbling such things. Although Nen's personality was a bit of a mess, her skills were certain. No hesitation was evident in her movements as she cut up Yui's hair. Little by little, more silky hair fell to the ground. You've got such beautiful hair, and yet you don't seem to be paying much attention to it. Your face is all bare, and your clothes are just boorish. Plus, you don't seem to be caring much about fashion at all. Or is it perhaps that you feel too embarrassed to dress up? Yes, that's no good. Okay? Fashion is like a maiden's armament. The more particular she is about it, the stronger she becomes, you know? But I'm weird. And when Yui said this, Nen softly wrapped her arms round her back. Instead of the slapstick feeling she felt earlier, it was a gentle embrace, like a mother holding her own child. Hey, Yui-chan, from your point of view, do you think it's weird that I'm old enough to wear cosplay? It's okay, be honest with me. I won't bite. After hesitating for a while, Yui opened her mouth to speak. I think it's cool. Oh? I think it's amazing that you can do what you love so openly. You don't know that. Nen lightly stroked Yui's head. Do you know, Yui-chan? Being different doesn't mean you're inferior. Her words were quiet, but powerful without hesitation. I felt Yui's breath caught at her words. In her former days, Nen used to be a serious honor student with irreproachable conduct. However, she loved cosplaying and secretly worked behind the scenes. One day, she suddenly said that she wanted to pursue a career relating to cosplaying and had a huge fight with her parents, which resulted in her running away from home. The reason why Nen was so kind to Yuma and Yui is because of this experience. People who want to change, people who want to step forward, she just can't seem to leave them alone. Incidentally, after she left home, she set up a store all by herself, which became a big hit in just a few years. She has become very successful, establishing several branches across Japan and making a triumphant return. You should be more confident. You're so cute. And you can't get hair this beautiful even if you wanted to. Above all, you have a friend named Yu-kun who works hard for you. That's a great thing to be proud of, isn't it? Yui gave a small nod and glanced at me, her face reddening with embarrassment. My cheeks were burning too, but when I nodded to her, she smiled happily and muttered, it's no good. I've been talking about it seriously for quite a while now. Tee-hee. Thanks to you, I got to see something good. No. You went out of your way to reserve this whole place just for us. I couldn't ask for any more than that. So, thank you. No, I'm just doing this for my cute little brother and friends. When Nen said that, she stopped her hand and walked to Yuma. What is it? No, it's just that Yu-kun can properly speak and look at me now. When I first met you, your eyes were hidden by your bangs, and you looked like a gloomy person with no life at all. But now you've grown up so well. No, I can't do anything on my own. After all, I'm always relying on my big sister like this. Ouch. A finger was flicked to my head. You're the one who decided to help Yui-chan. You were the one who actually met her and did all the work. You're also the one who bowed to me when you decided that your strength alone wasn't enough. So puff out your chest. This isn't something that just anyone can do. With a chuckle, Nen resumed her work. As Yuma rubbed his forehead, he smiled a little and said, as expected, I'm no match for my enemy. Section. Despite all this, the work continued. Oh, you read Moshitsu too, Yui-chan? I like it too. Which character do you like? Fi-chan. Fi-chan is good. I could feel the Yuri vibes coming off of her when she was entangled with Sarah-sama. Yui was very nervous at first, but she seemed to have relaxed a lot as they talked. In addition to being a professional, Nen can draw out Yui's story very well. She cut her hair, shampooed her hair, and even did her makeup. Headlight. After the work was done, Yui looked in the mirror and muttered to herself with a somewhat puzzled expression. She took up a tuft of her hair and smelled it. It's smooth and fluffy, and it smells kind of good. Yu-fu-fu. Do you like it? She obviously likes it. When she first came here, she wouldn't even look at the mirror, but she now stares at it and views it from every angle possible. Why Yuma? Yui turned towards me. I've always thought that Yui was cute, but now she was on a different level altogether. A face makeup done by a professional. You could tell that she was put on makeup, but it didn't look thick at all. Her skin was a milky white, making the most of her original skin texture. Her lips looked soft and cherry red. Her hair, carefully shampooed and conditioned, had a light sheen to it and formed an angel ring around the top of her head. There she was, a beautiful girl without question, reminiscent of the finest dolls he had ever seen on the internet before. So, how is it? It was different from her usual anxious expression. It was an expression of hope, a desire for someone to call her cute. And she wanted that person to be me. For some reason, the mere thought of that makes my heart pound. However, I couldn't seem to get the words cute out of my mouth. Isn't it cute? But I managed to squeeze it out, albeit awkwardly. It sounded even more awkward than usual, but Yui was still happy to hear it. Even mumbling to herself, hey, without knowing why, my sister, Nen, clutched her chests. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now, all that's left is this. Nen handed Yui a paper bag. Yui tilted her head, with a question mark appearing over her head. I'll share the shampoo we use at home with you. Next time it won't be free, but we do stock it up cheaply for business use. so do come back when you run out. Oh, but, no, really, don't hold back. If anything, I should be the one paying you for witnessing something so fantastic today. Ah, it's so nice to be young. Yuma. Then, thank you for today. Yui did her best to raise her voice. I'm not really good at this kind of thing, but I had fun today, and Yuma called me cute. So I'm happy. Nfufu. I wonder what this atmosphere is. If anything, for me, it's just the beginning. What? From now on? Of course, once you've done your hair and makeup, clothes are next. No, I mean, having a beauty wear boyish and unrefined clothes makes her seem innocent with personally is totally a-okay to me. After all, we're here to dress you up, are we not? Don't you want to dress up in all kinds of ways? So, let's go, Yui-chan, to infinity and beyond. Hey, come on, Yuma. Nen grabbed Yui's arm and took her away. What are you getting all excited about? Feeling somewhat uneasy, Yuma followed them. Chapter 6 Communicative Disorder and the Makeover. Beauty Parlor World Breaker. Next to it was a joint establishment boutique. The name of the store was Reverse of the World. The signboard depicts a beautiful girl in her strongest form, Final Limit. Seeing this for the first time, it certainly looks like a boutique. At any rate, he followed them into the boutique. This store was a little different. It had regular clothes, but it also had a maniac clothing. There was a section dedicated to the so-called specialty costumes. Nen went in there without hesitation and began choosing all sorts of clothes. I wonder which one is the best. Oh, I like this one. I can't throw this one away either. You know what, let's put them all on. All that. What? Yui's eyes turned monochrome as she was brought clothes from all over the place that she had never seen before in a regular store. Okay, first this and then this. Here we go, Yui-chan. Why Yuma? Ani-chan? Moderation please? Fufafu. Don't worry, I'll make her look extremely cute. Yui was pulled into the fitting room. She looked at him as if she wanted help, but he decided to trust Nen here and let her go. Hey, Banzai. Take off your clothes. You look so cute, so smooth, so squishy. Oh, he heard such voices coming from the fitting room. Hey, Yui. Are you okay? Yeah. Somehow. Ani-chan, please don't do anything weird to her, okay? It's going to be just fine. Trust me. Even so, Yui is just too cute. Her skin's so smooth. I could just eat her up. Lick. Hello? Are you the police? Hey? I'm just kidding. Kidding you here. Yui, if it's really impossible, you can tell me, okay? I'll stop this right away. It's okay. If Yuma stays near me, I won't be afraid. Besides, I want Yuma to tell me how cute I am again. I was once again struck by those words. I also heard traces of Nen's strange voice, off. From that point on, it became even quieter compared to a short while ago. The only sounds that I could hear were the rustling of clothes and the sound of Nen's voice helping her get dressed. Yui is getting dressed behind this curtain right now. I imagined it for a moment and shook my buzzing head, and finally, put on this Alice band. And we're done. You look so cute, Yui-chan. Am I really going to have to go out in front of Yuma dressed like this? What? Isn't this cute? I mean, it's cute, but, okay, you just admitted to yourself that it's cute. Well then, it's time to meet face to face. The curtains were opened. Someone cute was standing there. Yui's clothes were the so-called maid outfit. The maid outfit she wore came along with an Alice band and a pure white apron with lots of frills that gave off an orthodox feel. I've seen similar clothes like them at maid cafes and other places. But, seeing Yui, who I always played with, fidget shyly as she wore that. Emotions that I couldn't put into words began welling up inside me. I couldn't say a word. I was just left speechless as I gazed at Yui's figure. Perhaps unable to bear such silence, Yui began to operate her phone. Say something. This is so embarrassing. It's even harder for me when you're not even giving me a single response. Sorry, yeah, you look cute. I've called Yui cute many times before, but this time, it was different. This time, It felt as if my soul had been snatched away. When Yuma said this, Yui's originally red face turned even redder, and she hid her face behind her phone. "Hey, are you okay?" "Why yeah, it's just kind of strange. I'm embarrassed, and yet I feel awfully happy." After some time, the both of them grew silent. They were each too embarrassed to say another word. Nen had an extremely satisfied smile on her face as she watched over the both of them. Nen-san." Surprisingly, it was Yui who opened her mouth first. "What's wrong?" "Other clothes." "Other clothes? I want to try other clothes. I want to show them to Yuma." When Yui shyly said that, Nen's face immediately turned red. "Okay, leave it to me, Yui-chan. Just give me a minute." "Why, Yui-chan is too cute right now." "This is dangerous." This is really dangerous." "Crap, calm down Yui-kun." "Really? Thank you so much for bringing over such a sweet girl today." While shouting such a thing, Nen ran in to get the other clothes. From there on, it was like a fashion show for Yui. Nurse clothes, kimonos, gothic Lolita, white Lolita, and so on. How about this one?" Yui's face turned bright red as she begged for his opinion about the Chinese dress she was wearing. It had a considerably tight slit, which generously exposed her white thighs. She appeared embarrassed and fidgety, but even so, she still looked up at him with somewhat expectant gaze. "Hey, if you're embarrassed, you can always refuse, you know? It's embarrassing. But if it gets Yuma to call me cute, then I'll gladly do so." He felt his heart flutter again at those words. Again, with those misleading words! Exclamation mark. Somehow, he desperately endured keeping his attitude from showing. Nen was also writhing behind Yui, covering her face. To tell you the truth, Yuma was looking forward to seeing what Yui would look like. He had to wait quite a while as she was changing, but that didn't really bother him that much. If anything, it kept him in even more suspense, which only made his heart beat faster and faster. Above all, Yui was putting on this kind of fashion show because she wanted him to see her. How could he not be thrilled? "Nen-san, what else do you have?" "Teehee, I'm glad Yui-chan's getting into it." "Wait, that's right." "Hey, Yui-chan, you read Moshitsu too, don't you?" Yui nodded her head repeatedly. "I like Fi-chan the best." "All right, wait here a minute." Nen went to get her clothes and came back again. The curtains were closed, and then, after a while, Yui came out wearing a Fi-chan cosplay. The dress has a medieval European feel, with subdued colors. Yui's original white hair. Her shy expression. It was all completely in character with Fi. "Well, actually, I made this a little while ago, but I couldn't wear it because I was too tall and big around the chest area." Nen says this happily. "I know Fi-chan is a Lolita character within the story, but I thought it would be uncomfortable if I made her a Lolita, so I tried to imagine her as a slightly grown-up version of herself." "Yui-chan looks good in it, so I'm glad. It's like it just fits perfectly." Look, I had a lot of trouble making each of the frills here," Nen explains quickly and confidently, puffing out her chest. However, I could hardly understand her explanation. At first glance, I felt my heart skip a beat. I was so taken by the sight that I couldn't think straight. How is it? Does it suit me?" Yui was asking me for my opinion. In this situation, the right thing to do would be to say cute and praise her, but I couldn't find my voice. I stared at her, and I immediately felt embarrassed and turned away from her upon noticing it. Just as I thought. Do I look weird after all? No. It's not that." Yui was starting to get depressed, but I couldn't think of anything clever to say. Then Nen came to my rescue. "No, Yui-chan. Yui-kun is just frozen because Yui-chan is too cute. Look. His face is red up to his ears, right? That's how boys are. Is that so?" I barely nodded at Yui's words. "Yeah. It's cute." Somehow, I managed to squeeze that much out. Yui's face was also red up to her ears. Her face was downcast with embarrassment, but even so, her mouth slackened as if she was delighted. Hey, Yuma, do you want to pat my head, huh?" "Somehow now, I want Yuma to pat my head. I want you to touch me." It was phrased in a way that could be misinterpreted in various ways, but I didn't even have time to pay attention to it. I did as I was told and patted her head. Yui's hair was soft and silky, and it felt good to stroke it. When I stopped stroking her hair, she would press her head against my hand as if begging for more. Yui happily squinted her eyes as I was patting her, but contrary to the usual, I felt nervous. My heart was pounding in my chest the entire time. Also, Nen was rolling around the floor. Hey, Yui, since we're here, why don't we take a picture? A picture? Yes, Yui-chan, you're trying to overcome your communicative disorder, right? To be more brave and confident. So, why don't we take a picture? Or rather, let me take it. After all, Yui-chan is so cute. Isn't it human nature to want to take pictures, right? Yui-kun. Well, yeah. Frankly, I understood how she felt. I wanted to take a photo of Yui and leave her as she is now, setting it as my phone's wallpaper. It'd be embarrassing for others to see it, so of course, I won't do it. But when bad stuff happens, I want to see it and be healed. Why, Yuma? Yui pinched my sleeve, looking up at me with upturned eyes. If it's okay, can Yuma do it together with me? When she said that, I nodded almost reflexively. Now Yui was just being foul. I don't think I could refuse her even if she begs me. And so, Yuma also decided to cosplay as Mao, the butler and protagonist of Mochitsu. He put on the sleeves of the butler uniform that Nen had bought and styled his hair accordingly to match the main character's appearance, after which, he returned to where Yui was. It was an embarrassingly curt reply, after which, Yui just continued staring on at Yuma. Hey, Yui-chan, it's good manners to tell people what you think. Yeah, it suits you, Yuma. You look cool. I know it's flattery. However, in any case, having Yui say it makes my heart throb. I desperately try to hold back the smirk from showing on my face. Well then, I'm going to get ready for the photoshoot. Nen said so and left. She left both Yuma and Yui alone. It looks good on you. Yeah, thanks. It looks good on Yuma too. Silence. Normally, Yuma would have brought up a random subject, but no words came out. The sound of their heartbeats was loud. I'm ready. Come here. Nen's voice came from the back. The silence was ripped apart, and both Yui's and Yuma's shoulders relaxed. What's wrong? I'm okay with photo shooting, but I'm not very good at photography. Yui was apparently hesitant to go on the shoot. Yes, I shouldn't have been nervous. I was the one who brought Yui here. I should be the one to ease Yui's nerves. Suddenly, I remembered the first time I played games with Yui at the internet cafe. Yui liked my natural voice. It was a low-pitched voice, and when I said some shuo-manga lines to Yui, she was addicted to it. Okay, that's it. That's the only way to relieve Yui's tension here. Right now, Yuma was dressed as Mao, the main character of Moshitsu, and Yui was dressed as Fi, the female protagonist. If that's the case, within the story, I could reenact the scene where a nervous Fi was escorted to the ball for the first time. I knelt down in front of Yui. What's wrong? Yui looked uneasy, but I put all my energy into my expressions and said so in an attractive male voice. Don't worry. I've come for you. Please take my hand, young lady. Then I held out my hand. Poof! Yui's face turned so red that it looked like it was about to catch fire. Oh, what? Isn't this reaction different from the last time? Yui's gaze wandered shyly for a few moments before she said, Thank you very much, and timidly placed her hand on Yuma's. Small? Soft? I was utterly surprised to see that her hand was much smaller and softer than I had imagined. How could they be so soft when she was so thin and tiny? Holding her hand gently, I stood up and pulled her along. My heart has been thumping since a while ago. My hands are sweating so much that I'm starting to worry that I'm making her feel uncomfortable. What kind of expression does Yui have on her face now? I no longer have the time to check even that. But I could feel that our hands were tightly connected. That made me feel somewhat happy. In the back of the store, there was a small studio for filming. I stood in front of the green wall. The background will be combined by computer later, where the photoshoot will occur. A light was turned on, and Nen, holding an expensive-looking camera, was excitedly fiddling with the camera settings. Then, I'll take the photo. Yu-kun's expression is so cute. Yui, could you make your way out from behind his back? I wanted to lead Yui in a cool way, but when the camera was pointed at me, I ended up getting nervous. By the time she got to Yui, she was completely hidden behind my back. However, in a sense, it was also a faithful reproduction of the original work, since Fi's character was also like this, but still, I somehow managed to get a few shots and see what it looked like. To be clear, it just felt like I was being dressed in a costume. Within the story, Mao was a tall and good-looking guy, so it's obvious that I would be lacking in various departments. In addition, I also closed my eyes a few times. Yui's, however, was a good fit. Her frightened expressions and embarrassed feelings were natural, perfectly reproducing the original work. There wasn't a hint of acting at all. Well, there was no acting, so that's obvious. Do I look cute in the photo? Yeah, cute and adorable. Embarrassed. I said it bluntly once again. Yui, however, seemed happy every time Yuma said she was cute, and Nen also had a disheveled smile on her face as she watched the two of them. How about recreating a scene within the story? I'll do my best for the background. Hey, how about a scene like this? Nen operated her phone and brought up a scene of Mao holding Fi in his arms like a princess. No. This is when you're carrying someone in your arms, you'll naturally be touching someone's body with all your might. In my case, I'll be touching Yui's. I don't particularly want to touch anything that I'm not supposed to, so I think it's a very bad idea. However, Yui tugged on my sleeve. Yui, I'd like to try it. Huh? To be honest, I was surprised. I didn't expect Yui to say something like this to me, even though she looked embarrassed just standing there like a normal person. I'm having fun, doing all kinds of things together with Yuma, so I'd like to do a lot more things together with him. Even such casual words made me nervous, but it's my best friend who's saying this, so I definitely can't shy away from it. Then, here we go. Kaya. I carried Yui in my arms like a princess. I thought of the time when I gave Yui a piggyback ride before. Her body felt light and soft. I was careful not to let my nervousness show on my face as I continued on with the photoshoot. After that, we went on to reenact some of those magical scenes, such as the scene where Mao teaches Fi magic and kisses the back of Fi's hand. I felt it would be dangerous to really do it, so I only imitated it. And finally, she imported the photos into her personal computer and combined them with backgrounds, magical effects, and so on. After all was said and done, it was well after dark when we headed home. On the bus ride home, Yuma and Yui were chatting about their day. Sorry, it's getting all late. Will you be okay with your curfew? Yeah, it's okay. I told them that I'd be pretty late. If anything, they were pretty happy that I made friends who could play with me that much. Was Yui aware of the changes to herself that have occurred in this short period of time? Before going to Nen's store, she was trembling. Her back was rounded, and her expression was stiff, but now, her back was stretched diligently, and she was smiling happily. Her makeup was done beautifully, and her clothes were coordinated by Nen. Yui was so engrossed in talking with me that she did not notice, but people on the street were glancing at us until we got on the bus. The reason for this was surely not only because of Yui's unusual white hair. The only problem was when Yuma took me to the store today, I honestly wanted to leave right away. I'm extremely sorry about that. I should have explained it a little better. I think I would have turned it down before I went if you had explained it to me. Nen is a nice person. I had never done cosplay before, but she was nice to me and gave me lots of compliments. In case you're wondering, that wasn't the only heartwarming reason. A potential newcomer comes in, we grab him and try to drown him in the cosplay swamp. Isn't that a super scary reason? Yui was happily laughing while chatting. She's cute, just as I thought. I wish I could see that smile more often. I want to dote on her, make her smile, make her laugh, and so on. Yuma. What's wrong? No. It's nothing. I couldn't help but avert my gaze, to cover it up. I sent her a super play video of Grand Gate that I had found on the internet the other day, and she was easily absorbed in it. After a while, we got off the bus, and I sent Yui home while talking about nothing else. Mum and Daddy are already at home," Yui muttered as she heard the light-hearted exchanges coming from inside the house. "Well, I've kept you up late, and I'd like you to apologize again." "I'll see you around." I said so and turned around, and that was when Yuma. Suddenly, Yui squeezed my hand with both of hers to hold me back. "Yui, that..." A serious expression. She was embarrassed while desperately trying to convey something. The two words confession popped up in my head at the sight of this. Yui took a deep breath, and we're going to be friends forever, right? I almost shook. Oh, what are you saying at this stage? Because Yuma has helped me over and over again, and I didn't give you anything in return. So I'm anxious. You don't have to say such things. Don't worry about it. Yes. But let me know if you need anything, okay? If there is anything I can do, I will do it. Hey, never mind, ? Just don't say anything to girls. After thinking about it for a little while, Yuma apparently realized what she had imagined. Her face turned bright red, and she waved her hands around. Wait, you're mistaken? I didn't mean it like that. I know. Anyway. This conversation is over. Good? Although I said that it was over, there was a strange atmosphere. I scratched my head to cover my embarrassment. I've said it many times before, but I enjoy having you around with me. So don't be anxious about every little thing. We're best friends, right? I was embarrassed to say it, but the effects were great. Yui said, laughing happily. She's way too easy, actually. I guess I'm not one to talk. Seeing Yui smiling like that makes me happy too. I want to make her even happier. I found myself naturally reaching out, lightly stroking Yui's head. Yui closed her eyes and pleasantly accepted my stroking. I felt a tightening sensation in my chest when I saw her like that, and I was thrilled and a little bit distressed. Well, it's pretty late now. Shouldn't you go home? Yeah. See you tomorrow. I turned my back and walked away quickly. Yui waves to me as she sees me off, but I don't look back. Yui and I are best friends. I'm enjoying this relationship. I hope this relationship will continue forever. But if Yui's words earlier had been "please go out with me," what would I have said in response? Because it's different. Yui isn't like that. Shaking my buzzing head, I shook off the delusion that had sprung up in my head. Interlude 2, something I'm able to return. I'm home. As soon as Yui entered the house, her father and mother came to greet her at the door. Welcome home, Yui. You're back pretty late. The kind father looked relieved that his beloved daughter had returned safely. I am sorry. Did I worry you? No. Oh? Did you cut your hair? Yes. My friend took me to a beauty parlor. When Yui said this, her mother smiled happily. Well, I'm glad that Yui has a friend like that. Yeah, he's my best friend. He's very kind and I love him. Oh, I can't believe Yui said such a thing. Anyway, you must be hungry. Would you like to eat? Yes. And so, the three family members sat down at the table to eat their dinner together. In it, Yui was happily recounting the events of the day. Then I went to get a haircut with my friend. Oh yeah, we both did our makeup, and I also learned how to take care of my hair right away. Today was the day I thought I'd give it a try. The father and mother were smiling and listening to their beloved daughter. They were worried. At any rate, Yui had never been able to go to school very often, and she had a communicative disorder that made it difficult for her to talk to others. They were afraid that she wouldn't be able to make friends in high school or worse, she would get bullied. However, she seemed to have made some good friends before entering high school. To be honest, they were a little worried when they were told that she was going to meet a friend on the internet, but they were relieved to hear that Yui was being taken care of. Surely, it must have been a big sisterly girl, they imagined. But Yui, no matter how much fun it is to play with that friend, you shouldn't stay up too late, okay? Especially with all the disturbances recently. But it's okay. My friend always sends me home, but then your friend would be alone until she got home, right? From what I've heard, she seems like a strong girl, but still, a girl walking alone at night is ? The friend I'm talking about is a boy, though. The moment she said that, her father blinked in surprise. Huh? Didn't I tell you? My friend, is a boy named Suizaki Yuma. Oh, dear. At these words, her mother's eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth, while the father's mouth fell open for a moment, in complete contrast to mother's actions. After a few seconds, he composed himself and let out a loud cough. Wait. In other words, what is it? So now you're telling me that the boy you've been going out with to play every day is this Yuma Suizaki-kun? Why yes, but, you mean to tell me that this was the boy you've been hanging out with in a private room in an internet cafe, clinging your arms together as you walk back? Why yes. By the way, it didn't go any further than that, did it? Like going to the other party's house and so on? Yes, I did, but... Finally, the dad froze. The appearance of Yui was like saying, what's going on? What was it? Yui, the boy, known as Suizaki Yuma. Do you like him? Yeah, I like him. I see. Well, Yui will soon be a high school student. But, going to the other party's house, that wasn't a mistake, was it? A mistake? Yui tilted her head at her father, who was acting strange. And then she thought about it for a moment, and started to flutter when she realized what her father was worried about. It's not like that, okay? Yuma is my friend, and when I say I like him, I mean as a friend, and I only went to his house because it was raining and I got wet, so I borrowed his shower. You showered at a man's house? That's why Yuma's just my friend, not like how father thinks! Kohan. Yui's father cleared his throat and started talking with a mysterious look on his face. Listen, Yui is a girl, and not long later, you'll be a high school student. Thus, you'll be a little defenseless, so you have to start being wary of men. And this Yuma seems to be very kind to Yui. But there has always been a saying that a man is a wolf. In most cases, men are usually kind to women when they have an ulterior motive. And even if they seem kind, sometimes. Honey. Yui's father stopped speaking when her mother, who had been silent up until now, spoke. Yui had a sulky look on her face, and she was looking grumpier than ever. Yuma is my best friend. Why Yui? No. By no means did I ever mean to speak ill about Yui's friends, okay? Dad was just worried about Yui. Yuma would never do anything bad to me. Yui abruptly turned away with her cheeks puffed out. Her father, who had never seen such reaction before, suffered tremendous damage. He already felt devastated. Thank you for the food. I'm going to take a bath. While still in a sulky mood, Yui put the dishes away. Huff. Soaking in the bath, Yui looked up at the ceiling and exhaled pleasantly. She liked baths. It was supreme bliss for her to soak around aimlessly in the bath, playing around with her smartphone, completely waterproof, and thinking about fun things. However, she was feeling a little uneasy. As far as it goes, she understood in her head why her dad was worried, but more than that, Yuma was her best friend, her special someone. And having her special someone bad-mouthed by someone, especially by her father, made her act cold towards him. She'll have to apologize to him afterwards, she thought, looking back on the days she's spent with Yuma so far. She made friends with him through the game, and ever since she first met him, they would play together every day, and he's treated her kindly. Until now, she was never aware of love or anything like that. She enjoyed her days so much with Yuma that she didn't even have time to think about it. But when her father said it like that, as one would expect, it made her think a little. Maybe Yuma really likes me? Yuma was always very kind to her. As far as it goes, they were boy and girl, and he frequently told her she was cute, so it wasn't impossible. If that's the case, how would she feel? As for Yuma directing such feelings at her, she didn't really hate it. But Yui also liked Yuma. She loved him greatly. She wanted to be with him even more and get to know him better. However, Yui liked him as a best friend. Or rather, she didn't even know what love was since she never had a first love in the first place. They say that when you fall in love, your heart pounds, and it's painful to be together with the person you love. However, when she stayed with Yuma, she felt relieved. Being close to him gave her peace of mind, and it felt good having her head stroked by him. She wanted to be pampered and doted on a lot. If Yuma was a girl, I would have felt comfortable staying close and sleeping together without reservation. She immersed her face half in water while giving off bubbles as she thought about such things, but in reality, she was a girl, and Yuma was a boy. They were men and women, so it was possible that they would feel such feelings towards one another. But if that's the case, if Yuma liked me, would he be happier if I went out with him? Suddenly, she thought of that. Chapter 7. Affection and Love. The morning after night. Unusually today, Yui was the one who suggested where to go for chatting and playing, although the main thing today was to play games together at the internet cafe as usual. Before that, she wanted to have lunch together at a nearby coffee shop. And she also wanted to treat me to a drink as thanks for everything so far. He told her not to worry about thanking him or anything, but she didn't think it was right not to return the favor. He and Yui were best friends, and they had an equal relationship. As a result, he decided to accept the drink. When he replied, "Okay," I got to stamp back a fee, smiling happily. As always, he went to Yui's house to pick her up, and she awaited me outside her house. Today, she was wearing a white one-piece dress instead of her usual hoodie. It was a fashionable dress that she bought at Nen's store yesterday. When Yui noticed me, she gave him a small wave. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. And yet, his heart was furiously pounding. Like I said, it's not like that. Yui and I are not like that. He secretly took a deep breath so that Yui didn't find out. Ever since yesterday's incident, he's been strangely conscious of Yui. Good morning, Yuma. Good morning. Were you waiting outside of the house? You must be tired of standing. You are. No, I'm okay. I wonder what's wrong? Is she a little nervous? I felt somewhat concerned, but I brushed it aside for the moment. Let's go then. We're going to the coffee shop, right? Yeah. Yui's gaze wandered a little, and she took out her smartphone. She began chatting. Right away, his phone began ringing. You know that stylish coffee shop we always pass by on the way to the internet cafe? Over there. I understand. Let's go then. Yui breathed out a sigh of relief when I replied. Sure enough, she's more nervous than usual. Is there something wrong? He observed Yui, wondering what the cause of her nervousness was. Speaking of which, Yui, she's dressed up today. Besides wearing a dress that she does not usually wear, she also wore a light amount of makeup. Her eyes were large and bright, and her cheeks were like freshly pounded rice cakes, making me want to touch them. Her lips were also varnished with lip balm, giving them a very vibrant appearance. They looked very soft. Why, Yuma? Is there something wrong with my face? No, it's nothing. He let out an anxious voice. His face instantly turned red the moment he realized he'd been staring at Yui's face. He couldn't help but turn my eyes away. I tried to put some makeup on, just as I thought. It looks weird, doesn't it? No. I think it suits you quite well. When he said that, Yui looked delighted, and she let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad. Today, I had a date with Yuma, so I did my best to dress up. He felt his heart jump at the mention of the word date. In the meantime, he searched for the meaning of the word date on his phone, and hereupon, found out that it was a meeting between a man and a woman at a time and place agreed upon in advance. If that's the case, then going out together like this could be called a date. But still, when he hears the word date, he imagines a pair of lovers going out together. The thought of such a thing made his heart race. I mean, Yui's appearance is also stranger compared to usual. She's more nervous than usual. She's stylishly dressed, and her face is seemingly red in color. Seeing Yui like this reminded him of a scene from a shoujo manga that Nen once lent him. It was before the confession scene, just before the main character, a girl tells her feelings to her favorite senior. He felt that the expression on the main character's face at that time and the expression on Yui's face now were similar. Like I said, it's not like that. Yui and I aren't like that, right? It can't be, right? The sound of his heartbeat was too loud. He couldn't think straight. The two of them headed straight for the coffee shop. The coffee shop has a relaxed atmosphere, with quiet classical music playing. Upon entering the restaurant, they were shown to a table in the back. It was just the kind of seat that would easily create a blind spot from the other seats. It had a nice atmosphere for a lover's date, Just thinking about it made him shudder in agony. They ordered the same set of sandwiches from the waitresses. Yui was silent until the sandwich arrived. She pretended to be looking at the menu and sent occasional glances at him. When their eyes met, she would hurriedly avert her eyes left and right. Just as I thought, she's behaving weirdly, right? However, even from Yui's point of view, Yuma must be acting strangely right now. He was completely aware of Yui and was acting a little suspiciously. During the process, the sandwich arrived. It was probably delicious, but they were too nervous to taste it. While eating, there was zero conversation. Peeping at one another, it was a terrifying silent meal. They didn't get up from their seats immediately after finishing their meal. Yui remained frozen like a stone statue on her chair, glancing at him. It was as if she was trying to find the right moment to say something. Yuma's heart has been racing the whole time. Evidently, with this kind of atmosphere at hand, it was virtually impossible that nothing was going on behind the scenes. Is it a confession? Considering the kind of situation we're in, he swallowed his saliva at the thought. If it's a confession, then what should I do? Well, I'm a boy myself, and I want a cute girlfriend, but Yui was his best friend. So he shouldn't like her that way. He shouldn't. But he just found Yui too adorable. She was too adorable that he couldn't help it. In fact, he was even more nervous just thinking about the fact that he was going to be confessed to. As he was thinking so, Yui opened her mouth, as if she had made up her mind. Why Yuma? Exclamation mark. Why yes? Right? Can I ask you something weird? Does Yuma like me? He felt his heart jump. Why you mean? Like a friend? In response, he probed back. Am I an idiot? That's obviously not what she meant. Yui continued to speak to Yuma, fidgeting. Supposing Yuma likes me. Then let's go out. He was choking. A confession from a girl for the first time in his life. Frankly speaking, he was insanely happy. He was just about to say let's go out and let all the conflicts and everything up to this point blow over his head. But he noticed that something didn't feel right. Yui was not a good talker and often had trouble communicating her feelings verbally. Therefore, Yuma had a habit of observing Yui's facial expressions in an effort to read her feelings as much as possible. For that reason, he realized something. Something was different. Yui. Why yes. Do you really like me? Such an unexpected question was thrown back at her. Hearing this, Yui started to writhe in confusion. I like you, okay? If I didn't, I wouldn't have asked you to go out with me. When you say you like me, do you really mean that in a romantic sense? That's apparently, it was off the mark. Sigh. Why did you say that? That's because my dad said most of the time when guys are nice to you, they mostly have ulterior motives. So, perhaps, I wondered if that was the case. And I don't get what you're trying to say at all. Why would you want to go out with me if you have those suspicions, especially when they're the opposite of what you're doing right now, when ulterior motives are included? But I just wanted to repay your kindness, since you've helped me out so much. And, Yuma? Are you angry at me? Yes, I'm angry. If Yui had said I'm in love with Yuma, please go out with me, I would have definitely said yes. But it's definitely not the same as going out with her so that she could thank me for everything I've done. I wasn't befriending her because I wanted that kind of return. He stood up from his seat and walked to Yui. Seeing Yuma, Yui panicked. He reached both his hands out to Yui and pinched both of her cheeks as hard as he could. Unyotsu. What's with that way of thinking? You idiot. No. You're already an idiot. Idiot. Yuma. Yui screamed, but he didn't stop. And then he relaxed his strength a little before continuing again. I consider you my best friend, and I want to take care of you. So why did you do what you just did? You idiot. Take better care of yourself. You idiot. Because I thought you'd be happy to hear that. Such a thing. We have an equal relationship. You idiot. You can't go out with me to thank me for everything I've done for you. You idiot. Oh, God, this fool. What's more, the tone of his voice dropped a little. I was honestly shocked that you, my best friend, thought that I had ulterior motives. Yuma did a lot of things for Yui for the sake of friendship. The reason why Yuma was able to have fun every day was because of Yui. That's why he wanted to help Yui. who also suffers from a communicative disorder. He felt their bonds deepening as they were together, which made him happy. He enjoyed the time they spent together, and he was looking forward to the day when school begins, knowing that he would have fun with Yui every day. He was aware of the fact that he may be too nosy at times, so he could understand why Yui's father would be worried for her. However, he was shocked when Yui thought that the person in question had ulterior motives. All blood drained from Yui's face, and she turned completely blue. "I'm sorry." A feeble voice. Yuma let out a small sigh. She seemed to be sorry for what she had done, so he'll leave it at that. "I forgive you. Just don't do anything like that again, okay?" "Yui, I'm sorry for doubting Yuma. Hiku, he's my best friend, and yet Tears were spilling from Yui's eyes. "Why, Yui? No. I forgive you. I forgive you." Right? Now it was Yuma's turn to panic. This was the very first time he had ever made a girl cry like this, and he felt guilty. He wiped her tears with a handkerchief and patted her on the back. Finally, Yui stopped crying. "I'm sorry." Yuma's shoulders slumped dejectedly. "No. I'm the one who's sorry. I was too hard on you earlier." "No. I was entirely in the wrong a moment ago. Besides, I'm happy." "Happy?" "Because, a moment ago, you got angry for me. So I'm really glad that Yuma's my best friend. After all, Yuma's the one who takes care of me." "Were you questioning whether we were actually best friends?" "No. It's just that I had a fuzzy feeling, but it's now all cleared up." "At any rate, I was happy. However, because of that, it made me feel even more guilty." "So I see." Cried. "I'm sorry. Then let's not talk about this anymore." He comforted her with a bitter smile. "Well, whatever it was, it's over." Just as he was thinking about this, Yui placed her hands over Yuma's body and hugged him tightly. She gripped him tightly and nuzzled her forehead against his chest. Caught by surprise, Yuma froze. "Why, Yui? I am not very good at talking, so I'll do this instead." "This is how I'll convey my feelings to you seriously." Saying this, Yui looked up at Yuma's face as she hugged him. Despite being embarrassed, she looked Yuma straight in the eyes. She had such beautiful eyes that he felt as if he could be sucked into them. "Yuma, right? I love Yuma." This wasn't a confession of love or anything of that sort. Yui mentioned that she only loved him as a best friend. It's not love but filial love. He knew that. But her words were too direct, and the embarrassed smile that surfaced on her face after she said them was too cute and charming. He wanted to keep holding her. The urge to make her his own surged up within him. Wait. Didn't I just say that I had no ulterior motives?" He grabbed Yui by the shoulders and pulled her away in a hurry. Yui looked a little dissatisfied, but that wasn't the point. He was already at his limit. To be held like that, to have those words aimed right at him like that, plus Yui was so close to his chest that he was afraid that she would notice the sound of his beating heart. "Then Yuma, let's start over, okay?" Oh, he replied bluntly to Yui, who said this with a shy smile on her face. He was already embarrassed to look at Yui from the front. Furthermore, no matter how many expressions she made, she was just too cute. "Like I said, it's different." "Such a thing. Yui and I aren't like that." He tried screaming that in his head, but his heart wouldn't stop beating. Hey, Yuma, can I cross my arms with you once again?" Oh. When he left the store, Yui said that to him. The last time Yui walked around without a hood, she crossed her arms because she was worried. To be honest, he was a little hesitant on whether or not he should accept the offer, but he thought it would be unwise to leave her alone just because he was aware of Yui. So he accepted the offer, but how that turned out to be a miscalculation. "Nsho, Fufu." Yui twisted her own arm around Yuma's. That in itself was the same. Just the last time Yui was out in the open, she felt nervous and clung to Yuma's arm. But this time, Yui was happily cuddling against Yuma's shoulder. From the outside, they looked like a couple of lovebirds, just walking together. It was just obvious that Yui liked Yuma. Moreover, Yui's hair smelled soft and nice. As she held him tightly, he could feel her softness and body heat, possibly because her clothes were thinner than before. Yuma may be firm for his age, but he was still an adolescent boy. There was no way that Yuma could endure such a thing for that long. Heedlessly, he quickened his footsteps. Although he had noticed that Yui began to run, he pretended not to see it today. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed, but the other part of him was afraid that if he didn't get away from her even for a second, he would start developing wicked feelings for Yui. And as a best friend, he wanted to avoid that. But today, God was just unkind. They arrived at the internet cafe. "Welcome." "Ah, it's the two of you again." The college-aged lady at the reception desk calls out to them as soon as she sees them. Ever since spring break, they've been coming here every day, so she seemed to have memorized their faces. "But I'm sorry, all the twin rooms are occupied today." "Is that so?" "I have a single room available." "What would you like to do?" "It's small, and there's only one computer, but you can watch all the movies you want, and I think you two would enjoy it, don't you?" "Yui, what do you want?" "I'm fine with it. I can play the game on my phone, too, if that's okay with Yuma." "Then I'll take the single room, please." "Yes, thank you." Like that, they checked in. And just a heads up, this store isn't that kind of place, so please refrain from doing that kind of thing, okay? That kind of thing? When Yuma tilted his head, the store clerk brought her face closer to him and secretly told him what she meant by that kind of thing. His face blew up at once. What are you talking about?" "I would never do such a thing in a place like this." "No. In fact, there are some now and then, couples who do that in a place like this." "There is?" "Hey, Yuma, what are you talking about?" No, Yui doesn't need to know. Rather, it's better if you don't know." Yui pouts in discontent. Seeing the two of them like that, the store clerk tried her best not to laugh. "In the first place, we're just friends." "Since we're friends, we'll never be like that." "Eh?" The store clerk looked at Yui, who was happily crossing her arms with Yuma. Then, after that, she turned to look at Yuma, whose face grew bright red. "I see. So you two are friends. I offer my deepest apologies." She was grinning immensely. Anyway, we're going to our room." He couldn't bear the store clerk's gaze anymore, so he pulled Yui along and headed for their room. In any case, they entered the single room. Originally, the room was just meant for a single person to use the computer. Obviously, it looked natural, but it was considerably smaller than the twin rooms they usually use. In terms of space, it was about the size of an elevator chamber. What's wrong?" No, it's nothing." The room was much smaller than he thought, and being together in such a small room, he couldn't help but feel conscious of Yui. And since the store clerk said such things, he ended up imagining some strange things. "Hey, Yuma, what should we do?" What should we do?" I just wanted to ask you what should we play for now, but, for the time being, do you want to play games as usual?" Yeah." For a moment, he reprimanded himself in his mind for thinking about something strange. Deep breaths. Yui looked at Yuma with a puzzled expression. "See, come to think of it, there's only a single tatami chair." "Yui, sit down." "I'll be fine without." "Nua, let's sit together." "No, we can't, space-wise. It'll be fine. Yuma can just spread his legs while sitting, and I'll sit between them." No, 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 no. I mean, isn't that too close?" "I'll be fine, okay?" he quickly retorted. "I'm not okay with that, but in the end, he complied." Yui began to operate her phone. By conditional reflex, Yuma also took out his phone. "To be honest, I want to have skinship with Yuma." Yui typed that in and smiled shyly. Hey, this person is toying with a man's heart once again. He thought about it but managed to keep a poker face. "Skinship? You mean that skinship?" "Yes, Yuma. Do you know what oxytocin is?" "It's a happy hormone. I saw it on TV once." "Come to think of it, I remember catching a glimpse of it on TV. It's secreted when you touch or hug someone you like. It's good for various things, such as relieving stress and improving immunity." When Yuma patted me or held my arm, I felt like I was secreting a lot of it, and it was kind of soothing. Hearing the person you like from her made me stagger. I really couldn't be more obvious about being a virgin. "No, but that's touching your body. isn't it? Don't you hate that kind of thing from a girl's point of view? I know you're being very considerate of me because I'm a girl, but you don't have to be, you know? I don't particularly mind it if Yuma's the one touching me. That's why. Don't say things like that to mess with a man's head. I wanted to say that, but I couldn't. I mean, you touched my chest when we first met. Stop digging around on that subject. Perhaps Yui wasn't fully aware that she was a girl since she didn't go to school much. When she was in the lower grades of elementary school, men and women often changed clothes together in the gym and swimming pools, so she probably didn't feel much shame about it. However, in the social life of schools, they are often divided by gender, and they become aware of the opposite sex. Yui probably didn't have much experience with such things. For that reason, she was vulnerable and straightforward in expressing her affection, something people usually avoid doing to people of the opposite gender. That in itself made him happy. But, for Yuma, Yui was a girl that he was interested in, and he was fully aware of her. Subconsciously, he also sometimes thinks weird thoughts. As her best friend, he couldn't decide whether he should respond to Yui's affection or refrain from doing so. He felt like holding his head in his hands. What's wrong? Yuma sat back in his chair with a silent thud. It's okay. I'm not going to touch her in the wrong place. It's just that we're close. This is within the scope of friendship. That's what Yuma tells himself. NN. Spread your legs a little wider. AR. Yui nudged her way into Yuma's legs a little. She smelled immensely good. Exclamation mark. Still zero physical contact, and yet, his heart was already racing. This distance is dangerous. Furthermore, Yui has been leaning her body weight on Yuma's body like a backrest. This is really good, Yui commented as if she was sitting on the finest sofa. Yuma, on the other hand, was completely out of it. This position was like he was holding Yui as she sat between his legs. The feeling of Yui's body leaning against him felt nice. Yui's body warmth was gradually transmitted to him. Yui's hair smelled somewhat sweet as she sat right before him. A little later, he noticed that it smelled just like the shampoo she used at Nen's store. She must have taken a shower before we met, he thought, and above all, she felt very soft. It would feel very nice to hold her in a tight embrace. Due to this, Yuma had to mobilize all his reason not to do so. So, what are we going to do, Yuma? Do you have any quests you want to do? I'll leave it up to you to decide. Yuma started up Grand Gate on his computer and Yui on her phone. In some way or another, Yuma tried to concentrate on the game, but his heart hadn't stopped racing ever since a while ago. He was inevitably aware of Yui's body heat and softness in such a position, and he couldn't settle down. Even so, he somehow managed to continue playing the game and continued adventuring with Schwarz in the game world, who was being controlled by Yui. While completing a quest, Schwarz, operated by Yui, suddenly started running in the wrong direction. She crashed into a wall. Even so, Schwarz continued to run into the wall. Yui, when he turned to look at Yui, she was touching the screen of her phone, looking sleepy and groggy. Yui, are you sleepy? Sorry. I was sleeping. Not enough sleep? I was so nervous last night that I couldn't sleep. Nervous? When Yuma asked her back, Yui's face fell in embarrassment. It was my first time confessing to a boy. He felt his heart jump again at those words. Although it ended up that way, the confession was not a light one for Yui either. Rather, if Yuma had accepted that confession, they would have been lovers by now. That is to say, Yui would not be opposed to having that kind of relationship with him. As he thought of that, his head was filled with a mixture of joy and embarrassment. On the other hand, Yui was yawning cutely, unaware of Yuma's state of mind. She still seems sleepy and soon starts dozing off again. Hey, wake up. I am sorry. Yuma's body just feels so warm. I wanna stick close to it. It just feels so good. Yui said such things in a sleepy voice. It was a little sad how she was so unguarded around him, but he also thought that side of her was beyond cute. If you want, why don't you sleep here a little while? Are you sure? I'm good, okay? Thank you. As soon as Yui says this, her body relaxes. Within a minute, Yui started to sleep peacefully with her weight leaning on Yuma. The situation turned out to be far more painful than he expected. Yui, leaning against Yuma and sleeping comfortably, was so defenseless. Yuma was also a man. He had no intention of doing anything to her, but seeing her so defenseless was the last thing he needed to see. In such a position, he thought it would be okay to at least hug her. Why did I think it was okay to hug her? Yuma put his hand on his forehead and slumped down. Even so, I've been strangely conscious of her since the confession, and this distance is quite painful. Yuma placed his hands on his forehead and slumped down. Even though he's been strangely conscious of her ever since the confession, this distance between them was quite painful. She should be a little wary of me. I'm a man, after all. Sighing, just as he was about to give up and say it couldn't be helped, something caught Yuma's eye! There was a reasonable height difference between Yuma and Yui. Therefore, when Yuma looks at Yui, he naturally looks down on her from above. Yui's breasts were visible through the gap in her clothes. It was modest, but surely enough. There was a bulge. Pretty white underwear with frills encapsulated it. The line of her collarbone was somewhat seductive against her delicate white skin. Quickly, he looked away, but the sight of it was already burned into his eyes, and wouldn't leave. Give me a break. Of course, he didn't intend to do anything about it. He would never betray Yui's trust. Nevertheless, as a man, he was in agony in such a situation. In the end, the game did not progress at all that day. From that day on, the distance with Yui, which was originally close, became even closer. Girls may rather casually cling to and hug their good friends, so I guess that's how she probably felt about it. Yui hugged him tightly and begged him to pet her head. Looking at this, you could already feel that she loves Yuma and trusts him deeply. It made him happy, and he thought she looked cute. But Yuma was a boy, Yui was a girl, and Yui was too vulnerable. Yuma has also become completely aware of Yui. The distance between them was somewhat agonizing. And finally, what he had feared, in a way, happened. Chapter 8: Ulterior Motives and Feelings of Guilt. Hey, Yuma. Can you let me thank you for all that you've done for me? The usual internet cafe. Yui said such seductive things as she leaned against Yuma's chest, eyes moist with embarrassment, bright red ears, with a coquettish facial expression. Thanks, you say. What are you going to do? Somehow, he could guess what she was trying to say. Yui looked up at Yuma's face. Her cheeks dyed red. You can do whatever you want with me. Okay? But such a thing. That sort of thing is no good. Isn't it okay? If it's Yuma, I'm not against it. Well, Yuma, that being the case, please, I want you. With those words, he felt the thread of his reasoning snapping. Yui, are you really sure? Yes, it's all right. He hugged her slender body tightly. Yui looked up at Yuma. Her eyes glazed all over, and closed them as it is. Yuma also closed his eyes, and their lips. It was all a dream. Next morning, Yuma rose up from the bed in his own house. It took him about 10 seconds to understand that all that was a dream, and then he buried his face in the pillow and fainted in agony. 3 days have passed since the confession. Yuma, as always, had been trying his best on the surface to keep in contact with Yui. But before, he could proudly say that he was kind to Yui because of their friendship, and yet, now, he had developed an ulterior motive. If he was kind to Yui, Yui would come to like him. He couldn't help but think about such a thing. Moreover, Yui was defenseless, and the sense of distance between them was so close at times, that he couldn't help but look at her in such a way. But the reason why Yui was so defenseless to that extent was that she trusted Yuma. He felt like he was betraying her trust for having such desires and ulterior motives for Yui, and he felt guilty. Finally, he acknowledged that dream of his this morning. Even though it was a dream, it expressed his carnal desires towards Yui. He was already feeling guilty since this morning, and his mental health was in tatters. In any case, he wandered off and headed whimsically towards the living room. Good morning. Do you want some breakfast? Yes. Nen seemed to have been waiting for him so that they could have breakfast together. Recently, breakfast has been exclusively cereal. It was the kind where you put it on a plate and pour milk all over it. Gun, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? You don't seem to have much of an appetite. Well, yeah, naturally, he couldn't tell Nen, a young woman, about the kind of dream he had. He let out a sigh. He himself was interested in Yui as a member of the opposite sex. That's something he couldn't deny anymore. But, before that, Yui was his best friend. He wanted to remain faithful and not do anything painful that would betray her trust. And yet, he ended up having ulterior motives and strange thoughts. Are you really okay? If you're not feeling well, you should just go back to bed today. Picon. The sound of a message being received on the phone was emitted. It was Yui. Yuma, do you have any plans today? Not particularly. What's up? My mom gave me some pocket money to buy some fashionable clothes with my friends. So I was wondering if I could go back to Nen's place once again, but if it's good, Yuma, do you want to go out with me? Even he thinks being happy that he's getting invited out like this despite feeling guilty is selfish. Is that from Yui? She wants to go out and buy some clothes at your store. Ani-chan. Really? Fufu. In other words, it's a shopping date? No, it's not like that. Yuma's cheeks turned a crimson red, and he turned the other way in a huff. Seeing such behavior from Yuma, Nen's eyes fluttered, and a smile of satisfaction surfaced on her face. What is it? It's nothing? Fufu. Then, for the time being, can I go to Ani-chan's boutique place around noon? Of course. You can come by any time. Well then, it's about time for me to go to work. Make sure to lock up the doors properly and so on. Have a good day. Then, as she was about to leave the living room, Nen stopped, saying, Oh, that's right. I have to go away for work today. I'll be coming back tomorrow evening. I understand, but you should have told me such a thing earlier if possible. I'm sorry. Well, just because Ani-chan isn't in the house doesn't mean you can bring over Yui-chan anytime you want, okay? Just go. Nen left the house as she was chuckling. After Yuma sloppily ate his breakfast and finished tidying up, he collapsed onto his sofa horizontally. Ani-chan's an idiot. He knew that Yui had no intention of going out with a boy when she asked him out, but Yui was still inviting him, a boy, to go out with her, so it was undeniably a shopping date. He's been trying not to pay any attention to it, yet Nen had to say such a thing, making him conscious about it all over again. Even though he just had that sort of dream. My face feels hot. I hope it'll get better by the time I meet Yui. Section. When he went to pick up Yui, she was waiting for him in front of her house. Yuma. Seeing Yuma, a delightful smile surfaced on her face. Like a puppy, she ran up to him. Good morning. Thank you for coming out with me today. Looking at Yui's face in awe, he accidentally remembered the dream he had this morning. Yuma. Is something wrong? No. It's nothing. But, your face looks slightly red. Are you sure you're not sick? With that said, Yui unexpectedly pressed her hand against Yuma's forehead and compared it to her own. He nearly screamed at the touch of Yui's small, soft hand. Yui's communicative ability has certainly improved greatly. As of now, she still finds it tough to talk to someone she has only met for the first time, but at least she can already chat with Yuma normally. Long ago, Yui would wait for Yuma to talk first, although, recently, Yui has become more and more talkative. Moreover, above anything else, Yui seemed to have a fondness for him. I love Yuma. It was transmitted through her words and deeds. But, today, the dream had made him more and more aware of it. Even now, his cheeks were slightly hot to the touch. In addition, he felt somewhat guilty for harboring these feelings for Yui, who treated him as a close friend, rendering him unable to look at her face properly. I am fine. You don't have to worry about me. Alright, let's go, shall we? With that said, Yui stretched out her arms and reached out for Yuma to cross arms with him as usual. But, Yuma avoided it. Yui looked so shocked that she almost seemed to make a wham sound effect. No, it's just that, if Ani-chan saw this, she'd start making fun of me. And just as you'd expect, I'd start getting embarrassed. Yui was baffled by his unusual attitude. She didn't think bad of it, although she wasn't sure if she could stay confident if no one crossed arms with her. In any case, the both of them headed towards Nen's store. Today's place was not a beauty parlor but a boutique. Nen was there too. The last time they came to the store, they had the place fully reserved, but today, there were other customers and staff. Nen was serving the other customers, exchanging light eye contact, She told them to please don't mind me, and Yuma and Yui went to look at the clothes together. Compared to larger stores, Nen's store had a smaller selection of goods, but her assortment was more of quality before quantity. Overall, the clothes lined up were in good taste. Furthermore, they even had a site which offers advice on how to coordinate your clothes, making it easy for people like Yuma and Yui, who are not familiar with fashion, to choose the right ones. Yuma, how about this? Why would you even go for a hoodie without hesitation from the beginning? Didn't you come to look for some fashionable clothes today? How about this one? A little too flashy. Okay, then, how about this one? If it's this one. There was no helping his embarrassment, as he went through great pains to go out with Yui. However, he had to try his best to help Yui choose her clothes one way or another. As embarrassing as it was to stare at Yui's face. Let's try it on for a minute? Yeah, okay. Then Yui enters the fitting room with the clothes. A little later, the sound of rustling clothes could be heard. When he came to the store before with Yui, he had to wait for her to change clothes like this. However, the feelings he had right now compared to that time were a little different. His heart was racing. Beyond the thin-layered curtains, she was changing her clothes. Just thinking about that made it somewhat unbearable for Yuma, and he wanted to get out of here right now. Shortly after, the curtain opens. How is it? Yui asked in a slightly nervous voice. As it turns out, it suited her quite well. It simply recommended it, as it said, recommended for petite girls, but the calm look of the spring-coordinated outfit really brings out the charm in Yui to the fullest. Moreover, Yui looked at Yuma with a look of anticipation, expecting Yuma to praise her. Such an appearance was too cute and endearing for him. Isn't it okay? He blatantly turned away. Thereupon, Yui's expression instantly clouded over. She worriedly looked at Yuma's expression. Hey Yuma, did something happen? You don't look that lively today. It's nothing. No matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't tell her the reason why. It was bad enough that he said it bluntly, and that made Yui increasingly worried. Yui glanced around at her surroundings. There were other customers, but at least no one was looking at them right now. Yuma, come over here for a minute. Wait. Suddenly, his arm was pulled. Caught off guard, Yuma was pulled into the fitting room. Why Yui? Yuma, squat down a little. What? Why? Just do it. His arm was pulled without hesitation. Slightly confused, he squatted down as he was told. Yui placed her hands around Yuma's head and hugged him tightly to her chest. Soft, a sweet scent similar to milk, the sound of Yui's heart. The suddenness of the entire situation had altogether ceased his mind from thinking. He felt a mixture of relief from being held so slowly and the desire to be a man welling up inside him. Remember how I mentioned the word oxytocin before? It's supposed to make you feel good when you're feeling down. How is it? While shyly saying that to him, Yui continued to stroke Yuma's head in her arms. No, isn't this, like really embarrassing for you? It's embarrassing, but I love Yuma, and I want Yuma to get better. So Yui hugged him with even more force. You know, if there's anything I can do to help you feel better, please let me know. I may not be reliable, but I'll try my best. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to burst. It just wouldn't stop beating. He couldn't stop loving Yui. She was just so adorable and irresistible. He wanted to hug her back. He wanted to make her his. However, Yui still treated him as a best friend to the very end. To hold such feelings for Yui, he couldn't help but feel guilty, and yet, he still wanted to utilize Yui's feelings to make her his, which made him feel even more guilty. Sorry, I have to go to the bathroom. Eventually, he forced his way out of Yui's arms and fled the scene. He headed to the bathroom at a quick pace. No, it's no good. No, it's no good. No, it's no good. Sure enough, he couldn't see Yui as a best friend as he did before. The only thing he could see Yui as right now was as the girl he liked. More than anything, the problem was how much Yui loved Yuma to do such a thing. Maybe Yui will go out with him if Yuma confesses. But he didn't want her to go out with him as a way of repaying the favors he's done for her so far or to avoid any awkwardness. He doesn't think it's right if she goes out with him for that reason. But, even though he thinks it's not right, He still wants to take advantage of that. Day by day, his desire to make Yui his own grows stronger. Such a thing. Guilt began to swell at his shallowness. Then, he went around the corner of the merchandise shelf and to his surprise, he found Nen, waiting for him and smiling. Nen placed her index finger to her lips as if to say, "Be quiet." She looked at Yui through the gap of the merchandise shelf and turned to him, typing on her phone. "I'll talk to you about your love troubles, okay?" Apparently, she had seen their earlier exchange. He felt his face getting hot again. What should I do? He was extremely embarrassed to talk to Nen about such things. But he didn't have a way out of his current situation, and he wanted to do something about it. And he knew the only person close enough to ask for such advice on this kind of thing was Nen. "Please," he pondered for a while and then replied. He was taken to the backyard of the store. Sitting in a foldable chair across a small, simple table, Yuma disclosed his worries, that he could no longer treat Yui as he did before because he's fallen in love with her, that Yui liked him as a best friend, but he felt guilty about having these feelings for her. He was embarrassed, but he told her a pretty detailed part of the story. And then she, "And no good. The cuteness is just too much. This is getting dangerous. The stimulation, even for someone with a disposition like mine. Why by dangerous." Somehow, Nen covered her face with both her hands and started trembling. Ani-chan, thanks. "So, how much money do you want?" "No, wait, what are you even talking about?" "Please, let me do this, and then you can spend it on a date or something." "I'll work infinitely harder just thinking of you two making out with my hard-earned money." "No, I came here for your advice, didn't I?" Sorry, I got a little too excited." "From here on out, I'll be in serious mode." "Yes, serious mode. Did I make a mistake in consulting this person?" At first, he thought so, but he continued anyway. "Therefore, it's still no good to be so kind to Yui with such ulterior motives." "It's just bad." "No, not really. Isn't it normal to have ulterior motives in socializing? If anything, I think it's rather rare to find a man who has taken such good care of Yui just for the sake of friendship. Don't you think?" He was taken aback by how easily she said that. "No, but the reason why Yui's so close to me is that she trusts me as a best friend, and to have such ulterior motives towards that. I can only see her with those kind of eyes now. In any case, if Yui-kun were sexually harassing her, I would reprimand you, but Yui-chan's the one who's spoiling you, right?" "If that's the case, then there's no need for me to worry about it at all. Of course, Yui-kun is a boy and may think about sex, but if you think about it, isn't that safe? Rather, it's pure love when you worry about it." "No, but then what about me, who fantasizes about such delusions when I look at Yui-kun and Yui?" Isn't she saying this in a too casual way? Nen exhaled. Yui-kun really wants to take good care of Yui-chan. Saying such a thing is pure. Of course. But, yeah, there's only one way to make everything work out and everyone happy. What kind of method is it? Nen smiled. It doesn't matter if you have ulterior motives. Just be friendly with Yui, be nice to her, and make her fall madly in love with you. I don't want to. And that's why I'm having trouble getting my ulterior motives out. Now, why don't you just imagine it once? What if the reason why Yui was so close to you was that she had an ulterior motive of wanting you to like her? How do you think? No, that isn't in her character. I'm sure that's because she loves you so much and tries her best. Come on. Just imagine it, will you? He tried to imagine it as she said Yui loved him as a member of the opposite sex. She was really embarrassed, but she was trying her best to appeal to him to get his attention. His heart began to beat faster and faster as he imagined Yui like that. Just imagining it was too destructive. His face turned red, and he started writhing in agony. Seeing Yuma like that, Nen also began to grin. He felt somewhat embarrassed when he noticed this, but he managed to calm down in some way or another. "Hey, Yui-kun, It's okay to have an ulterior motive. What's important is how the other party receives your feelings. If it's for someone you like, even an ulterior motive can make you happy. But that's, even if I'm happy because of an ulterior motive and how I like you, I'm still not going to go there. Yui loves you too, doesn't she? It doesn't seem like she hates you. To begin with, you know. I know, but, as I said, she just likes me as a friend, and that in itself is very different. I don't think that's the case from my point of view. Huh? Kohan. I'm sorry. Please ignore that just now. Well, then I'll ask you the other way round. Can you go back to being friends? Impossible, right? Or would you keep your distance from Yui because you have ulterior motives and you feel guilty? If you start talking like that, I'll get angry. That's no good. Although he was her best friend, he could tell that Yui loved him very much, so if he left her, he's sure she'll be sad. It won't be long before school starts, and he can't leave Yui alone. Above anything else, Yuma himself didn't want to separate from Yui. He wanted to spend more time together with her, and he wanted to make Yui like him too. He wanted to be together with her. He wanted Yui to like him too. That's when he felt like the gears were clicking together. Yui-kun cares too much about the bad parts of love. At the end of the day, Yui-kun likes Yui-chan, and he wants to make Yui like him as much as he likes her. Getting to know her even better. Isn't that all there is to it? It's not about choosing between best friends and lovers. You can like her as a best friend and have her like you as a lover. It felt as if a ton of sense had been placed into his mind. Up until now, he had unknowingly separated the two. He thought he was betraying his best friend's feelings when he expressed his romantic feelings for her. But how happy it would be if they could be lovers while still liking each other as best friends. Nen chuckled and smacked Yuma's shoulder with a bang. Isn't this where you should display your worthiness? If Yui-kun makes Yui-chan fall in love with him, both of you will be happy, and there'll be no complaints about the happy ending. Come on, go for it, boy. He felt like he was able to reaffirm his feelings after Nen clearly put it into words for him. He had ulterior motives toward Yui. He was kind to her, hoping that she'll like him. But that's why he'll be kind to Yui with all his might. He will love her to the best of his ability. He will do his best to make her happy. If Yui comes to like him, he will tell her how he feels about her. That's what Yuma decided in his mind. But at the same time, he also decided on his own rules. As she said before, I'll go out with you as thanks for everything you've done for me so far. If he asked her to go out with him right now, he was sure that Yui would go out with him. But that would be like binding Yui's feelings with friendship. He doesn't think that's right. If they're going to be in a relationship, he wanted them to be in a mutual state of love, so he decided to keep his feelings hidden until he was sure that Yui liked me as a member of the opposite sex. That's what he decided. Interlude 3, a small desire to monopolize. However, she wasn't angry with Yuma. It was obvious that something was troubling him, and he was always there for Yui when she needed him. That's why she thought it was no problem if she needed to wait for him a little. Besides, I think Yuma's probably consulting with Nen. Yui actually saw Nen and Yuma disappear into the back of the store. So she guessed that maybe Yuma was consulting with Nen and decided to wait quietly like this. Although they didn't speak often, Nen was dependable, and she was an adult, so she decided to entrust things to her rather than be too intrusive. She was undoubtedly sure that Nen would cheer Yuma up. She knew this in her head. But I wonder what it is. Somehow, my chest feels hazy. She wasn't able to put it into words smoothly, but it was a bad feeling. Yui placed her hands gently on her chest. Am I feeling jealous of how well she's getting along with Yuma? I'm sure that's what it is, she thought as she nodded her head in agreement. I rather Yuma be my older brother and I younger sister, because then I would be able to eat together with Yuma every day, play together with Yuma every day, make him spoil me as much as possible, and sleep together with him. Yui let out a small sigh. For some reason, recently, I can only think of Yuma. Yui, are you still changing? Hi. Yuma called out to her unknowingly from outside of the fitting room, which left Yui surprised. In a panic, she rushed out of the fitting room. Oh, okay. It was a very long time. Sorry, I was talking to Mayani-chan just now. A moment ago, he seemed to be in low spirits, but now he looked okay. Nen must have given him some good advice, Yui thought. It should have been a good thing, but now, her chest was feeling hazy again. She may not be dependable, but she still wanted him to rely on her. She wanted to listen to his problems and help him. Even if she couldn't help him, she wanted to stay by his side and comfort him. I'm Yuma's best friend, but I wonder, does Yuma just look at me as one of his many friends? As she thought about such a thing, she shook her head. No, this thought is too selfish. After that, they chose their clothes together again. Yuma began praising her more than usual, saying that she cute. It still felt a little awkward, but she was happy to have him pat her on the head from time to time. But it's not enough. Before long, school will begin, and the very thought of her spending less time together with Yui made her want to have him pet her on the head even more. No, it's still not enough. I'm sure. She wanted him to hug her tightly. She wanted him to pat her head and pamper her lots. She wanted him to do it even more affectionately, without reserve. Yuma still seems to be holding back because I'm a girl, but he doesn't have to worry about it at all because I want him to do it even more. Yui's lips twitched as if she was flustered. After shopping, they wandered around the city at random, and after that, he dropped her off as usual. Yuma, thank you for today. No, I had a good time too. See you tomorrow. He smiled and said goodbye. But she felt really lonely. It wasn't enough. She wanted to be with him more. Yuma turned his back on her and walked away. After this, Yuma will return to the house where Nen is. I'm sure the two of them will have a nice dinner together. She suddenly thought about that. It was obvious, and yet, just thinking about it made her chest feel hazy again. The more she thought about it, the more the haze grew. She was jealous. She wanted to be together with Yuma even more. I can't take it anymore. Why Yuma? Wait. She found herself running. Holding onto Yuma's arms tightly, she stopped him from running. Why Yui? What's wrong? She looked up at Yuma, who had a surprised look on his face, and then said, Tea today. My house. Won't you stay over today? Chapter 9, Overnight Stay and Thunder. Stay over? It took him a little while to understand the meaning of those words. Stay over. A sleepover. In short, Yui asked me if I wanted to stay at her place today. No, wait. What is she talking about? Don't you think it's a bad idea for a man and a woman of the same age to sleep together? I don't particularly care, though. You know, after everything you've done to help me, I still haven't been able to pay you back. That's why I thought I'd take this opportunity to do something. Didn't I tell you not to worry about that? I want to do it. I've been nothing but a burden all this time and so on, so I want to return the favor. Yui was unusually stubborn. No, but just as he was thinking about how to explain this to his sister, Yuma recalled the conversation that he had with his sister this morning. I have to go away for work today. I'll be back tomorrow evening. If I remember correctly, I think that's what she said. In other words, if I stay over today, my sister won't find out about it. Wait, that's not the point? Isn't this a very big problem? Yuma forcibly changed his thoughts, which were about to go in a very dangerous direction. No, after all, wouldn't you also like to go to Yui's house for a sleepover? I have just decided to be affectionate with Yui, so I would like to ask her for a favor. But isn't a sleepover way too much of a step forward? As he was thinking so, Yui's momentum was gradually weakening. Why Yui? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass Yuma. No. It's okay. I'm glad you wanted to thank me for something. Yui shook her head sideways. I'm sorry. That was an excuse. Excuse? Yeah. Really? Yui grabbed the hem of her shirt tightly. She looked up at Yuma with moist, lovable eyes. Why Yuma? More? I want to be together with you more. Section. No, why did you say okay, me? After that, Yuma agreed to stay over at Yui's house. No, it's no good, right? We've always been close and on edge, but a sleepover at a girl's house, as one would expect, is a quintessential no-no, right? Nevertheless, he wondered if there was ever a boy in this world who would say no to a girl he liked when she says I want to be with you more. That destructive power was foul, he thought. Yuma calmed himself down. Well, although that's the case, naturally, Yui's parents should be at home, right? No matter how much Yui wants me to have an overnight stay. Surely, Yui's parents would say otherwise. My parents aren't home today. They're working and won't be back until tomorrow. Yay! Swift attack flag recovery. He already felt somewhat dizzy. So, it's okay to be loud, okay? Yui said it was okay to make as much noise as they wanted when playing games. He understood this in his head. He understood, but he imagined something improper. However, he wanted her to forgive him. My parents aren't home today is probably one of the best 10 things a girl could say to a boy. Probably. He, later on, followed Yui into the house with a sense of dread. A clean and neat entrance. For some reason or another, it conveyed the meticulous nature of the homeowner. He had always sent Yui off in front of her house. However, this was the first time he had gone inside like this. His heart was already racing with nervousness. Please excuse me for the intrusion. Fufu. I'm happy. This is the first time I brought a boy along into my home. He was the first boy that Yui brought to her home. Even the thought of such a thing made his heart pound furiously. It felt as if his intelligence had significantly lowered compared to a while ago. He was guided into the living room. Similar to the entrance, the living room had a clean and calm atmosphere. And surprisingly, the furniture and interior design gave off an overall air brimming with luxury. Hold still, okay? I'll get you some tea. Don't worry about it. He sat down on the large L-shaped sofa in front of the TV. It was soft and fluffy. Lying down on the sofa must no doubt feel very good. Yui, what do your parents do for a living? A doctor and a nurse. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. From the atmosphere, he could tell that the relationship between parent and child looked good. He felt somewhat happy for them. Wait. Here you go. Held in Yui's hand was some cake and tea. She placed it on the glass table in front of the sofa and sat down a little next to Yuma. He picked up the teacup and took a light sip. Delicious. He didn't know much about tea, but he was sure it was a high-class one. It's delicious. Since you're an important guest, I brewed you the best tea. Really? Thanks. You're welcome. Once there, the conversation was cut short. The two of them enjoyed delicious tea and cakes together. There was no conversation, but it wasn't an awkward silence. If anything, it felt somewhat comfortable. Not an unpleasant silence but a happy one. Next to him was Yui huffing and puffing, drinking tea little by little. Just by looking at her, he could feel his love beginning to gradually overflow. Yui took out her smartphone. Yuma also took out his phone. A little later, he received a message from Yui. Thank you for coming today. No, thank you very much for having me. That's right. I'd like to return the favor to you, Yuma-kun. Do you have any requests? Return the favor? Yes, I'm grateful to you, Yuma-kun, and I really want to repay the favor. By the way, why did you start using honorifics? I'm somewhat embarrassed, so I'm using honorifics to cover it up. He laughed at her reply. Well, sure. It was normal to be embarrassed when thanking someone. For the one being thanked and for the one thanking. Of course, I don't really have any requests. Is that so? Then, how about today? I'll serve Yuma throughout the day in order to please you. Similar to a maid. A maid? Yes, a maid. You like maids, don't you? I won't deny it. I mean, frankly, I love it, so yes. I completely forgot. Just the other day, he actually treated Yui as if she was a man when he met her. Well, in the process, he also told Yui about his many preferences, that is to say, without covering it up. She knows all about his sexual dispositions. What should I do? I feel like dying somewhat. As Yuma looked at her with a distant look in his eyes, he received another message from Yui. Therefore, Yuma-kun, may I serve you? Since Yui says she wants to do it, it doesn't matter, right? Yuma thought in his head. Naturally, one should say no in this kind of situation, but to be honest, he was looking forward to seeing what Yui would do for him. With a small nod, Yuma also returns the message. I understand. Then please serve me as much as you want today. When Yuma replied, Yui made a small fist pump. Cute. Yui took a deep breath, and then, she held Yuma's clothes and tugged on them a little. Yuma. Then, my room. Let's go. Your room. Is it really okay to go in it? I mean, Aren't you opposed to letting a boy into your room? It's okay. Don't hold back. Yui led him upstairs. At the end of the hall, there was a room with a wooden plate reading Yui's room. He felt nervous. At any rate, this was the first time in his life he had been in a girl's room, other than Nen. And it was the room of the girl that he liked. Similar to him, Yui has also been nervous since some time ago, her movements jerky at times. Please, she said, and he went inside. It smelled immensely good. That alone made his heart start to race again. Well, Yui's room, how do I say it, was indeed very Yui-like. It was divided into two areas, the desk and the bed. The bed area has a lot of stuffed animals, giving off a fluffy, girlish atmosphere. But the desk area, on the other hand, was way above that. On the desk was a large and rough gaming computer. Enshrined there was a magnificent gaming chair. Furthermore, next to it, Tada, stands a large towering bookshelf, packed compactly with light novels and manga. I wonder how many other girls in Japan have all the JoJo volumes? When I was little, I was so frail that I stayed home all the time, so my dad bought me lots of stuffed animals so I wouldn't be lonely. However, my dad himself was into games, manga and other boyish hobbies. Thus, that's how I ended up like this. Is it weird? No. Isn't it okay for Yui to like what she wants? Thanks. Can I see your bookshelf? Sure. With her permission, he went to the bookshelf. He felt nervous about entering a girl's room. However, the area around her desk very much resembles a boy's. Besides, Yuma and Yui's tastes in manga and other things match each other considerably well. So, as one would expect, Yui's collection of books was of interest to him as well. I was wondering about this one. Yui, did you enjoy this? It was pretty interesting. The first events feel controversial, but I think Yuma will like it. If you like, I can lend it to you. Thanks. Then I'll borrow it some other time. In return, I'll bring over some of my recommendations. I'm looking forward to it. The tension eased a little after having such a conversation. Regarding hobbies or energy, Yui was the one closest to him. Therefore, playing games together, reading manga and talking together seemed fun and comfortable. Hey, Yuma, I want to thank you soon. WO? Is something wrong? No. It's nothing. There was really nothing to scream at. He just turned around and saw Yui sitting down on the bed with a stuffed sheep toy fluffed up to her arms. However, the area around the bed where Yui was is completely a girl's room. Just a little while ago, he was talking to Yui like she was a boy. However, when he turned around, Yui had become completely girly, and that gap made him increasingly more and more aware of her. This is Yui's room. This is Yui's private space, where she usually sleeps and changes her clothes. Such was the place Yuma was at. He instinctively swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, Yui didn't seem to understand what Yuma was agitated about and gave him a puzzled look. It was at times like this that Yuma appreciated Yui's lack of caution towards boys. So, you said you would thank me, but what are we doing in your room? When he asked her this, Yui wriggled her body in embarrassment. Well, you know, I, in my own way, have been studying many things. I've been trying to learn what boys long for, what boys will be happy with, and so on. I want to do those sorts of things. Oh, I see. In terms of what boys like, what they might be looking for right now is a girl who does something for them, like Yuma's current situation. In fact, he was getting a little excited. What was Yui going to do for me? Thinking about this, he waited for Yui's next words. Then bed. Let's lie down. Bed? I thought about doing something for Yuma that makes him feel good. He froze. His mind flashed back to this morning's dream. No. Surely, you adore the boy, but that's no good. No matter how much you like him, you can't just say that. Such a thing. Saying even more things in this way. Anyway, it's no good. But, the other day, I read in a comic book that the heroine and the boy don't lump together two-dimensional and three-dimensional. What kind of manga are you reading? Is it really that bad? Of course. It's no good. Such a thing should be properly. Wait, what's that in your hand? It's an ear pig. An ear pig? Why yeah, an ear pig. What are you using that ear pick for? What else would I use it for other than cleaning ears? I made a horrible mistake. He covered his face and fainted in agony. Alas, if there was a hole, he wanted to get in it, or rather, he felt like digging a hole and burying himself in it. Yuma, ear picking. You don't like it? My mum does it for me sometimes, and it feels good, so I wanted to do it for Yuma too. Yui's words made him feel more and more guilty. Why Yuma? So, what do you want me to do? Yeah. Then, I'll have you do it. Then, you can use my lap as a pillow and lie down. I'm a little nervous since this is my first time, but I'll be gentle, okay? He didn't have the energy to say anything else anymore, so he accepted her lap pillow and laid down on her bed as he was told. But then, he realized something. Lap pillow with ear picking is plenty dangerous. Imagining something even more worse, his senses went numb. His head was on the thigh of the girl he liked. It had just the right amount of elasticity and body temperature, and it gave off a sweet smell. And finally, above all else, she allowed this sense of distance between them. This was way too much stimulation for a boy in puberty. Why Yui? This is a bit. Don't move. It's dangerous, Yui said in a serious voice, gently rubbing the inside of Yuma's ear with an ear pick. Hiya, a strange voice came out, and he hurriedly covered his mouth in a panic. Sorry, did that hurt? No. It doesn't hurt, but I see, then. Let's keep going. Shall we? Hey, wait, ? Picking his ears while giving him a lap pillow. He had seen it frequently in comic books, and he certainly longed for it, but when he actually tried it, that is, by this time, it was way beyond heaven and torture. The sensation of being stroked inside his sensitive ears sent shivers down his spine, even though he was at his limit with the lap pillow. One could say pleasure is a faint sensation. However, in this situation, it became a vicious one. Moreover, from the very moment he felt Yui's breath and serious gaze, his mind was no longer in possession of itself. Yuma, does it feel good? It feels good. If he had to say whether it felt good or bad, it felt good. However, feeling good in some cases can also become hell. Yui, oblivious to such male instincts, smiled happily and said, I'm glad. Hey, Yui. What? You do know that I'm a guy, right? Yes. Of course. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Girls are usually embarrassed by this sort of thing, right? To be honest, I'm a little embarrassed if that's the case. But, right? I love Yuma lots. Yui said so without hesitation and smiled shyly. Perhaps, I like Yuma much more than Yuma thinks. It feels somewhat comforting when I touch you like this, and I feel happy when you're happy. Just being together makes me feel awfully happy. From the calmness of her voice, it can be conveyed that she really loves Yuma. Does Yuma hate this sort of thing? I'll stop it if you don't like it. I don't hate it. Then can I continue? Yeah. Yui let out a small smile, and continued to carefully clean his ears. I can't help but be happy after hearing such a thing from the girl I liked. However, just for a moment, his face felt so hot that he couldn't look at Yui's face directly. You really are like that? Did you say something? It's nothing. It took him a while to be able to look at Yui's face, even after ear picking came to an end. Then, next, do you want me to serve you some of my home cooking? When Yuma had calmed down, Yui made such a suggestion in the chat again. Home cooking? Yes, I got this knowledge from manga, anime and so on, and it's said that from the standpoint of boys, they long to have a girl's home-cooked meal. Wouldn't Yuma-kun be happy about it too? Well, definitely. For some reason or another, he was longing for a girl's home-cooked meal, and it would be special if the girl he liked made it for him. Though cooking, are you able to do it? Do you think I'm some useless member of society who can't do anything by myself? I'm pretty good at housework in general, you know, especially cooking. I eclipse even professionals. You're that good at it? Sorry, I exaggerated it a little, but it's true that I'm good at it, so please let me treat you. Then, that being the case, please treat me. When he replied, Yui smiled happily once again. Even a casual conversation with Yui felt immensely fun. And with cooking, there won't be anything similar to ear picking. So, how's the space in your stomach? It's going down nicely. Well, it's a little early, but let's cook. Yui got up and headed for the ground floor, where the kitchen was located. He followed a little behind her. Once in the kitchen, Yui opened the refrigerator and began to seriously examine its contents. Hey, Yuma, do you like hamburg steak? I do. Can you eat carrots and broccoli? I don't hate it. Then, for the main dish, I'll make a hamburg steak, and have carrot glaze and broccoli for the garnish, but it'll be lonely with just that. So I'm going to make some soup. Okay, I have the coffee jelly. Coffee jelly. Is that for dessert? To be honest, I don't like it very much, but I'll put up with it. While thinking about this in the corner of his mind, he watches Yui take the ingredients out of the refrigerator. I'll help you with something. Yuma is our guest, so you can relax, okay? I want to help. I mean, wouldn't it be more fun to do these kinds of things together? Don't you agree? That's how he ended up helping with the cooking. Yui tied her hair up into a ponytail using a rubber band. The nape of her neck, which was usually hidden by her hair, was visible. In this way, changing her hairstyle also changed the room's atmosphere considerably. Following that, she donned the thin pink apron she usually wore and lent Yuma a black apron, which her father used. A change in hairstyle. What she looks like with an apron on. Such trivial things made his heart pound faster and faster. He was at a loss for what to do. Yuma, can you cook? Not much. I took an economics class which taught me how to make frozen foods at home, but that's about it. Well then, since we're here, why don't you let me teach you? Sure. What Yui said about being a good cook was apparently true. She executed everything with a familiar hand, working quickly and efficiently without looking at the books. There was no hesitation in her movements at all. Speaking of the coffee jelly, what are you going to use it for? It's a secret ingredient for the hamburg steak. Seriously? Is that going to be okay? It's delicious, trust me. Without hesitation, Yui boldly threw the coffee jelly onto the ground meat, which was meant for the hamburg. Where did you get this kind of knowledge? The internet. Even as a child, my body was fragile, which troubled both my father and mother. Because of that, I at least wanted to do my best to learn housework. I see. That's great. Hee. So, I went online and looked up some secret ingredients and tricks, among other things. This coffee jelly is going to be really delicious, so please look forward to it. In the end, regardless of whether it's earnest or admirable, Yui seems to be the type of person who cares about the favors she's received. Why, even my heart is somehow touched. The hamburg steak is pressed to draw out the air sufficiently, right? And then, in the end, you smooth the surface. Like this? Good. Suddenly, I wondered if this was what it would be like if I married Yui. Immediately, he shook off that fantasy. It's not good to be thinking about that now, especially when I'm cooking. When grilling, use high heat at first to trap the juices inside. Just standing next to her in this way was making him overflow with love. He wanted to hug Yui as much as he could. In the meantime, cooking came to an end. To be frank, half of what he was taught didn't even register in his head. They placed their finished dishes on the plate and set them on the table. Sitting opposite each other, the both of them clapped their hands together and said "Itadaki, monsieur. Thank you for the food. Now." Hamburg steak paired with coffee jelly. He felt a little nervous seeing her put in it without hesitation, but at least it looked normal. Not to mention it looked like something that you could serve in a restaurant. There was no problem with the smell. However, when it comes to that, the problem was usually the taste. As a matter of fact, Yuma, who didn't like coffee, felt anxious and thought in his head, wouldn't you only be able to taste coffee since you put so much in it? He cut it open with his chopsticks. Then, the juices seeped out from the inside with an appetizing smell. Looks delicious. Mouth overflowing with saliva, he took a bite right away. Munch. Chewa. The meat came loose as he bit into it, and the flavor filled his mouth. So, it's extremely delicious. Hee, right? In fact, it's absurdly delicious. Yui said she exaggerated it, but it really could be described as professional. Cute. Matching hobbies, being good at cooking. Isn't this already an ideal wife? He thought of it once again and hurriedly shook it off. In order to get it out of his head, he shoveled rice into his mouth. The somewhat strong Worcestershire sauce matched well with the Hamburg steak. Yuma, you have some rice grains on you? Where? Here. Yui reached out and picked up the grain of rice that was attached to Yuma's mouth, and then, without closing her eyes, she puts it into her mouth. Like I said. Why are you always so geez? Afterwards, they finished eating and cleaned up together. Yui washed the dishes, and Yuma wiped them with a cloth. He had done housework at home before, but it was a tedious task, to say the least. However, working side by side with Yui like this felt really fun. How many times must I say this? Yuma is a guest, so please sit down. I know you've said it many times, but I want to help. Besides, is doing something together like this only fun for me and not for Yui? It's fun, but this is no way to repay you. You're a pretty stubborn girl. You really don't have to worry about thanking me, you know? Although he said that, Yui seemed unconvinced. Yuma, did you know? I really appreciate you. What's the matter with you? Yuma, do you still remember the first time we met in person? Well, yeah, how could I forget? It was a shocking encounter. In many ways, at that time, I had a terrible communicative disorder. I couldn't speak well, and I was worried about the stares and the whispering voices around me. But, you know what? Now, with Yuma, I enjoy talking, and I'm not afraid to go outside. Yui was the one who did her best. Yeah, but it was thanks to Yuma that I did my best. Do you know? I advanced onto high school, but I didn't really want to go. Is that so? Yes, I was bad at communicating and never had any friends, and I thought that even if I went to high school, it would be boring, and I would be isolated and bullied. So I thought it would be better not to go. But guess what? I'm looking forward to starting high school now that I have Yuma with me. She finished washing the dishes as she said that. Yui wiped her hands as she turned to him once again. Now, every day is wonderful. Today was fun, and I'm sure tomorrow will also be fun. And now I'm even looking forward to going to school, which I was so afraid of doing. This happiness is all thanks to you. For that reason, I want to thank you properly. Otherwise, my feelings won't settle down. Yes, then you can take your time to pay me back. That is, by staying together with me from now on. Why yes, that's right. Yui laughed with delight. He reached out his hand to stroke the girl's head, feeling an irresistible urge to do so. However, he stopped his hand mid-stroke, thinking it would be a bad idea to touch the girl's hair too casually. It was then that Yui seemingly noticed that Yuma was trying to pat her head. However, she didn't run away and leaned her head in the direction of his hand. When he stopped his hand mid-stroke, Yui looked at him, as if wanting to say, "Aren't you going to pat my head?" Stroking her head in response to her begging gaze, Yui squinted her eyes like a kitten. The way she acted conveyed how happy she was having her head stroked. Then, she rubbed her head into Yuma's hand as if to say, "More." What a cute creature. Yuma continued to stroke Yui's head for a while. Time passed as they got along like that, doing chores and playing together. After getting out of the bath, Yuma sat on the bed, drying her hair. Yui was in a good mood, humming, not knowing that Yuma was at her mercy from the aroma of her shampoo paired along with the sight of her in her pajamas. Is it intense? It's okay, Yuma, thank you. It's pretty hard to dry long hair, right? Well, don't worry. I wish it was like this every day. Those words struck him once again. She's saying those kinds of things without hesitation again. Yui closed her eyes once again, unaware of the people around her. I think Yui probably thinks of me as a safe and secure older brother. He was glad that she trusted him and liked him. However, he felt a little complicated. Naturally, he wanted her to be aware of him as a member of the opposite sex, even if it's only a little. He finished drying her hair. Yui was in great satisfaction with the fluffy finish. It's time to go to bed now. That's right. Hey, Yuma, just so you know, you can't sleep with me, okay? Yuma let out a strained laugh, wondering if she was really going to do it, even though she only said it half-jokingly. Come on, you, don't you think you're in any danger at all? Danger? You know, like if I attacked you, But Yuma isn't someone who would do that, right? She replied with a puzzled look on her face. Well, I actually won't. I had a feeling if I did something that made Yui cry, I would definitely feel guilty and want to die afterwards. However, our bodies react as a physiological response, and considering the dangers, sure enough, I shouldn't sleep close to her. Anyway, it's no good. Yui was unhappy. However, she hesitantly accepted when he made the compromise to sleep in the same bed as her. Whatever you do, don't cross this line, okay? I'll get angry if you cross it, understand? A boundary was built in the middle of the bed using stuffed animals. Usually, I think it's the girls who do these kinds of precautions. They both lay down on the bed. Smelling Yui's sweet scent from the bed, his heart pounded even more furiously. He was fatigued after everything that had happened, but he wondered, could he even sleep in these conditions? Hey, Yuma? Yuma and Yui were in a position facing each other. Somewhat anxious, Yui asked him, "Did you have fun today?" "Yeah, it was fun," he answered without hesitation. Yui was really defenseless, not understanding the sense of distance between a man and woman, making him an easy target to be pushed around. However, he loved that part of her. He enjoyed being pushed around, and he was happy to spend time with her like this. "Hey, Yui." What? "I love you." He. "Me too." Yui smiled happily. "Well, that's the sort of reaction I get. I guess there was no point in being nervous about what I said." But, he reached out his hand and patted her head, to which Yui accepted delightfully. "I guess there was no point in being so worked up, but maybe this kind of relationship isn't so bad after all." After a while, Yui began to sleep peacefully. She must have been sleepy from all the excitement she had been through. Yuma, on the other hand, was a little sleep-deprived, so he decided to play with his phone until he fell asleep. He turned his back so that the light from his phone didn't wake Yui up. For the time being, he started reading an ebook that he had bought, and then, less than 2 hours later, he finished reading one of those light novels, a romantic comedy with a dull main character, but he felt a mess of emotions toward the heroine. "I know, right? Isn't it painful to not be noticed at all?" I understood that very well. As he was sympathizing with the unfortunate heroine. Pitter, patter. He heard a sound. Rain? He listened carefully. Eventually, the sound of rain, pitter-patter, turned to the sound of zzzzzz as the rain began to fall. Lately, he thought the weather was unstable when he saw a flash of lightning outside. After a gap of about 3 seconds, the sound of thunder vibrated the air. The glass door was shaking. A few moments later, it flashed again. This time, after about 2 seconds, there was a roar. It was huge, and it was getting closer and closer. And then, there was a thump on his back. "Why, Yui?" "Hey, don't cross the line." "Yui?" Yui was clinging to Yuma's back. Her small body was shaking and trembling. "Yui?" He turned his body. Yui had become as small as a frightened little animal. It flashed again, and a second later, there was another roar. "Kaya!" Yui screamed. "Are you bad with lightning?" Yui rigorously nodded, appearing really hopeless and trembling with a frightened look. Seeing Yui like that, Yuma tightly hugged her. It's going to be okay. Don't be afraid. I'll stay like this until the thunder goes away, okay?" Yes. Honestly, various emotions were going around in his head, but he believed he had to do it this way. His body naturally moved when he thought that he should protect Yui, who was frightened. Yui hugged him back with all her strength, and he felt something soft hitting him, making him uneasy. However, Yui's body stopped shaking. Another 30 minutes passed. The thundercloud seemed to have moved far away. He gently let go of Yui's body so as not to wake her. Even though she's unaware of a person's true nature, she can still sleep peacefully like that. The relaxed expression on her face was very innocent, making her look more and more like a small animal. Just looking at her peaceful expressions makes him feel somewhat happy. Unable to resist, he gently hugged her again. She was soft all over. He continued to stroke the area around the back of her head. Then she let out a small and rubbed her head against Yuma's chest like a kitten. Cute. He felt a flood of love pouring out of him. He loved her as the opposite sex, a close friend, and as a younger sister. He wanted to make her his. He wanted to make her happy. He wanted to protect her. He loved her. Such feelings swelled up in his heart. He had intended to just stroke her, but he wanted to touch her a little more. He gently touched her fine, milky white cheeks with his fingertips. They were smooth, springy, and slightly warm. He wanted to touch her continuously. While Yui was asleep, a ticklish smile surfaced on her face. She showed no signs of getting up, but he decided not to go any further. That was what he thought as he tried to retract his hand. Yuma. His heart skipped a beat when she called his name. Yui was still asleep. She must be dreaming. Yui was dreaming about me. His heart pounded rapidly again at the thought of it. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the lightly opened cherry-red lips. Kiss. I want to do it. He thought so. Immediately, he shook off that thought. No, I can't do that. Robbing a girl's lips while she's sleeping is disgusting. I would never do that. But, this time, reason got the better of him a little. He touched Yui's lips with the pad of his index finger, just a little bit. It felt surprisingly soft. He had touched Yui's body here and there, but this was softer than any of them. He immediately withdrew his hand, aware that it was no good to go any further. After that, he was too nervous to fall asleep. At last, after several hours, was he finally able to fall asleep. Interlude feelings. I've noticed. Even in her dreams, Yui was being hugged by Yuma. Her head felt fuzzy like she was half awake. Being in a daze felt good as it is, she thought. Moreover, Yuma was hugging her now. Warm. Burying her face in Yuma's chest, she felt somewhat relieved to hear his heartbeat. Snuggling her head into Yuma's chest, she thought, I'm going to let him spoil me as much as possible, innocently nudging him like a kitten. My precious, precious friend. She liked him. She wanted to get even closer to him. She wanted to be with him forever. That was how important Yuma was to her. Raising her face, she saw Yuma's face before hers. Yuma narrowed his eyes and gently patted her on the head. It felt good to have your head stroked, she thought. Every time he did this, her head went light all at once. I really, 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 really love him. I love him. I want to close the distance between us. I want him to like me more, like me even more. Such were the thoughts in her head. A fluffy good feeling. She loved Yuma dearly and wanted to be with him forever and ever. Yuma's arms, which were holding Yui, became a little tighter. Then, Yuma closed his eyes and brought his face closer to hers. Their lips overlapped. It was a kiss. The kiss lasted only for a moment. Yuma quickly pulled his face away and made an apologetic expression. Sorry, did you not like it? No, I was just a little surprised, but I don't mind. It was her true feelings. She was surprised when he kissed her out of the blue, but she didn't mind at all if it was with Yuma. Far from it. In fact, her heart was pounding furiously. Happy feelings were overflowing out of her, and they couldn't stop. Hey, Yuma? Yui traced her fingers along the nape of Yuma's neck as she said this. See, could you do that thing you did to me one more time? Saying this, Yuma smiled happily. Yui closes her eyes with a pounding heart. Then their lips meet again. It was at this point that she woke up. Opening her eyes, Yui found herself in Yuma's arms. Confirming the situation, it took about 10 seconds to realize that what just happened was a dream. And then, Yui let out an inaudible scream of embarrassment. Because she didn't want to wake the sleeping Yuma, she stayed still. Otherwise, she would have buried her face in the pillow and fainted in agony. Why did I have that kind of dream? Why? Really? Why? She was in a mild panic. She couldn't believe that she had that kind of dream. Sure, she loved Yuma, but she shouldn't have liked him that way. Despite this, she saw that kind of dream. A kiss in a dream made her heart pound furiously. Yugen! Exclamation mark. Yuma's eyes opened thinly. Their eyes met. Exclamation mark. Yui felt her face heat up. Her heart began to pound. She couldn't speak. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't stop herself from looking left and right. Yuma, on the other hand, still seems to be sleepy. His eyes slowly closed again, and he began to breathe peacefully in his sleep. Why Yuma? She called out to him, but he didn't wake up. Thank God, she thought. Her heart was still pounding, and her face was still a deep red. If Yuma had woken up, he might have noticed something. It was when she relievedly stroked her chest. Higher. Yuma was still half asleep, but his arms were still strong enough to keep Yui in his hold. Their bodies were getting increasingly closer and closer to each other. The strong body of a boy that she wasn't aware of, a body temperature that was higher than even hers. Immediately, she became aware of him. She was worried that the sound of her heartbeat would wake Yuma up. She suddenly became embarrassed to be hugged by Yuma, but even so, although her chest was in agony, that agony included a little happiness. I want to keep staying like this forever, she thought. Wow, so about Yuma. I'm right, Yuma, I really, really love him. If she was in trouble, she could count on him to rescue her. She enjoyed letting him spoil her. It was a lot of fun. She thought of him as a big brother that she could rely on, but ever since a while ago, her heart was pounding furiously in her chest. Sleeping face, so cute. She gently reached out and touched his cheek. Her head felt light and happy like she was in a dream. While she was touching his cheeks, her thumbs touched Yuma's lips. Soft kiss. I wish. She thought about that vaguely. What did I just think? She couldn't believe what she was thinking. She just felt so happy and light when she saw Yuma's sleeping face. It was only after a while that she noticed that she wanted to kiss him like in the dream she had earlier. Yui let out a slight puff and buried her face in Yuma's chest. Her heart was pounding so hard that it was painful. The feeling of kissing him in the dream was still there. She wanted to see the continuation of that dream, and she still wanted to kiss Yuma even now. She buried her face in Yuma's chest and hugged him tightly. I've found someone I like. Epilogue. Some time passed, and it was now the morning of the high school entrance ceremony. Yuma was eating breakfast in his high school uniform. From today onwards, Yuma will be a high school student. A new life was about to begin. However, Yuma was not so interested in that. Did I do something wrong to Yui? Is that so? Ever since that sleepover, Yui has been acting strangely. When he first went back to meet her, her face was in a mix of panic. She couldn't look him in the face and used the online chat more often than not. There were many instances of physical intimacy, which often troubled Yuma, but now, she was somewhat distancing herself. Not to mention lightly running away. Honestly, he felt lonely. Hey, you should finish your breakfast soon. At this rate, you'll never get it done. He tried talking to Nen about it, but she wouldn't tell him anything, saying, it's against my personal rules to answer that question. Then, I'm going. Nen was supposed to come to the entrance ceremony, but before that, she needed to clean this and that at the store, so she left the house first. Yuma went to see Nen off at the entrance in her suit. Don't forget to lock the door. I know. Then, I'll be going. Take care. Just before leaving the house, Nen glanced back at Yuma. What's wrong? Why girls avoid boys? It's not always because they don't like them, okay? What do you mean? I don't know. Nen went on giggling as she left the house. She isn't avoiding me because she doesn't like me? He thought about it for a while, but no answer came, so he tried going back to the living room. Bing bong. He heard the intercom ring. Ani-chan, did she forget something, perhaps? He thought so and opened the door. White face and light red eyes, and, dressed in a high school uniform that Yuma will be attending from today. Standing there was none other than Yui. Yui looks up at Yuma with a face as if a pigeon had been hit by a pea shooter, as if she didn't expect the door to suddenly open. And then, at that moment, she started squirming. She was in a fluster, trembling nervously, as if they were meeting for the first time, but still, she did her best to look at Yuma's face. But the moment she looked into his eyes, right away, her face turned red, and she looked away. Good morning. What's wrong? You said you were going with your parents for the school entrance ceremony. Yui, who was about to say something, suddenly fell silent. A subtle air seemed to flow between the two of them. I don't know. It's not awkward or anything. It's more like, I can't quite put it into words, but it's itchy. Your uniform looks good on you! Yui turned red to the ears and blatantly looked away, unable to stand the silence. He tried to compliment her, but it seemed to have the complete opposite effect. However, Yui's gaze will come back here again after a while. She glanced at him repeatedly and then looked at Yuma with upturned eyes. That, eh? Why Yuma looks good too, He felt his face heat up. He desperately tightened his mouth, which would smirk if he even let his guard down a little. Thank you. It's my pleasure. And now that I think about it, it's pretty embarrassing seeing each other in uniform like this. That's right. So, what's really going on? I mean, you're all alone. Are you really okay? Well, that. She started trembling nervously once again. Yui tried to take out her smartphone and stopped midway. Putting her smartphone back into her bag, she took a deep breath, looking up at Yuma as if determined. It's the first day of school. Do you want to go with me? She was quite embarrassed, her face reddened, body trembling. But he found such a thing cute and felt his heart jump once again. That's right. Then, let's go together. I'll go and lock up, so just wait here a minute. Seeing that, I couldn't stand it anymore and ran back into the house. Something was different from back then. She's talking like before, but for some reason, I'm feeling more nervous than I was earlier. After drinking a cup of water and somehow calming down somewhat, they left the house together. High school train commute. They walked side by side on the street to the station. Going to school on the first day is pretty nerve-wracking, huh? That's right. The conversation was awkward, and eventually, they both fell silent. What should I talk about? The silence has been going on for some time now. Although I didn't dislike it. When he glanced at Yui, his eyes similarly met hers, who was also looking at him. They both looked away in a hurry, and walked in silence. But still, he was worried about Yui, and he glanced at her once again. It was then he noticed that Yui's hand was fidgeting strangely. She looked at Yuma's hand, tried to reach for it, and then retracted it over and over again. By some chance, does she maybe want to link our hands together? Such a thought crossed his mind. Ever since that sleepover, Yui doesn't link our arms anymore, let alone try to do anything even. Does she want to link arms again? But what if I'm mistaken? Such thoughts were swirling around in his head. I've decided. He grabbed Yui's hand as it was extending towards him, causing Yui's shoulders to jump. Halfway, he clasped her hand forcefully. If Yui grabs my hand back, it's a great success. If she runs away, it's a massive failure. It was like waiting for the results, as if a defendant was waiting for their verdict. Then Yui's hand slipped away from Yuma's hand. Now I've done it, he screamed in his mind, though he didn't show it outwardly. By now, he already felt like running away. But this time, it was Yui who held Yuma's hand. Moreover, the way they held hands was different compared to a while ago. Their fingers intertwined with one another, the so-called lover's connection. They had linked arms before, but never the lover's connection. His face felt hot. He couldn't look at Yui's face properly anymore. Yui seemed to be looking in the opposite direction from Yuma. Even she appeared to be embarrassed, her ears a deep red. If it's embarrassing, do you want to let go? Yui shook her head vigorously at Yuma's words, as if to say, I don't want to leave. Yui's small hand grasps Yuma's hand even tighter. In response to this, Yuma also tightly clasped Yui's hand in return. Fortunately, they left early, so they had plenty of time. They walked slowly along the road to the station. Afterwards, I've been reading this piece over and over again, and I suddenly thought, Yui is like a mirror. Yuma takes great care of Yui-chan. Yui responds to that deep affection with deep affection. She's affectionate and spoiled, and she returns your affection in the same way you give her affection. She is such a girl. From here, however, things change little by little as Yui becomes aware of her own romantic feelings. She becomes aware of Yuma-kun as a boy, and gets embarrassed to make eye contact with him, but she still wants to be friends with him. She wanted him to be aware of her. She gets bothered when Yuma-kun speaks to other girls. She wanted him to realize how she felt, but she was afraid of destroying their relationship. However, she still wanted to get closer to him. She wanted him to like her as a member of the opposite sex. Please look forward to Yui-chan, who has become a little selfish. Acknowledgement. Maroma-sensei. Thank you very much for the best illustrations. I fell in love with this illustration at first sight in a social network game, And when the illustrator's name was mentioned, I just thought, she has to do it. I asked the person in charge to request for her, and it was bang on the money. I look forward to more great illustrations in the future. Mr. Person in Charge, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this project and for all the help I have received since then. It was a pleasure to work with you on this project. I look forward to working with you again in the future. I would also like to thank the editorial department, the sales department, the designers and everyone involved in this work, and all the readers who have read this far. Well, that's all for now. I look forward to seeing you all again in the second volume. This is Iwatsuka Azuka. End of Volume 1.